The old man behind the counter looked at me like he already knew I was going to die. I remember that part clearly. Not the cold, not the long highway behind me, not even the rain hammering the roof of the truck hard enough to shake the mirrors. Just his eyes, small, gray, tired. The kind of eyes that stop blinking when they hear bad news too many times. I had been driving for almost 11 straight hours by then. My back hurt. My hands felt stiff around the steering wheel. Every few miles, the rain got worse, turning the highway into a black river under the headlights. The GPS kept losing signal. My coffee had gone cold 2 hours earlier. And somewhere around midnight, I realized I hadn't passed another car in almost 40 minutes. That was when I saw the gas station. At first, I thought the place was abandoned. The sign out front leaned sideways like it had been hit years ago and never fixed. Half the letters were burned out. Martin's Gas and Bait. Only the word gas still glowed. A weak yellow light buzzed over the pumps. The rest of the building sat in darkness beyond the rain. I almost kept driving. Something about the place felt wrong immediately. Maybe too quiet, maybe too empty. But my fuel light had already come on. And honestly, I was too tired to care. I pulled in slowly, tires crunching over loose gravel and puddles. The truck engine groaned before settling into silence. The second the engine stopped, the quiet hit me. No highway noise. No insects. No wind. Just rain. I sat there for a moment staring through the windshield. That was when I noticed the cars. 3 of them, parked beside the building near the tree line, all covered in dirt and leaves, like they hadn't moved in months. One of them had a driver's side door hanging open. Rainwater dripped steadily from the inside. I felt this strange pressure in my chest then, tiny at first, like my body already knew something my brain didn't. I grabbed my jacket and stepped outside. The cold slapped me awake immediately. Rain soaked through my sleeves before I even reached the pump. The machine was ancient. Numbers flickered weakly behind scratched plastic. When I lifted the nozzle, I heard music somewhere inside the station. Old country music. Quiet, distorted. Like a radio buried under blankets. I kept glancing toward those abandoned cars while the tank filled. Something about them bothered me. Not because they were old, because they looked left behind. Like someone had parked them there and simply vanished into the woods. I tried laughing it off in my head. Too many late-night podcasts, too much caffeine, that was all. Still, I locked the truck before walking toward the store. The bell above the door gave one weak ding when I stepped inside. Warm air wrapped around me instantly. The place smelled like dust, wet wood, and burned coffee. Most of the shelves were half empty. Old cans, expired snacks, fishing hooks hanging crooked on rusted pegs. And behind the counter sat the old man. He didn't greet me, didn't even look surprised to see me. He just kept staring at a tiny television beside the register. Static rolled across the screen. No channel, just static. "You open?" I asked. The man nodded once. Slowly. Up close he looked ancient. His skin sagged around his jaw like melted wax. Gray stubble covered his cheeks. But his hands looked strong. Too strong. Like he still worked with them every day. I grabbed coffee from a burner near the back wall. It tasted burned and bitter enough to strip pain. But it was hot. That was enough. When I walked back to the counter, the old man finally looked at me properly. His eyes paused on the rain dripping from my jacket, then on the truck keys in my hand. "You heading north?" he asked quietly. His voice sounded rough, like he hadn't spoken in hours. "Yeah." He stared another second. You hauling through Black Pine County? I nodded. That's the plan. Something changed in his expression then. Not fear exactly. Recognition. Like he had heard those same words before. A lot of times. The static on the television crackled loudly for a second, then returned to its soft hiss. You got family waiting somewhere? He asked. I frowned a little. What? Anybody expecting you tonight? I remember smiling awkwardly. The question felt strange, but not dangerous yet. My ex-wife probably hopes I don't make it, I joked. The old man didn't smile. Outside, thunder rolled somewhere deep in the mountains. Then he asked the question that still bothers me now. You taking Route 9 or Black Pine Road? The way he said the name made the room feel colder. Black Pine Road. Like it meant something heavy. I shrugged. Whichever gets me through faster. His eyes lowered slowly toward the counter. For a few seconds, he said nothing at all. Then he leaned closer. You stay on Route 9. Simple words. Soft words. But something inside me tightened immediately. Black Pine saves maybe 20 minutes, he continued. That's what the signs say. The old refrigerator motors hummed behind me. Rain tapped steadily against the windows. But roads lie sometimes. I gave a small laugh again. Mostly because silence suddenly felt uncomfortable. What's wrong with it? The old man looked toward the dark windows. Not at the rain. Past it. Toward the woods. Nobody who breaks down out there comes back right. A strange chill crawled slowly up my neck. I took another sip of coffee. Burned my tongue without noticing. What does that mean? He ignored the question. Instead, he pointed toward the abandoned cars outside. All of those showed up the same way. I turned slightly toward the window. Rain slid down the glass in crooked lines. People leave them. They leave everything. His voice had gone quieter now. Almost thoughtful. Wallets, phones, dogs sometimes. I waited for him to explain further. He didn't. The television hissed louder for a second again. And for the first time, I noticed something moving inside the static. A shape maybe. Tall. Hard to tell. Then it vanished. You live out here alone? I asked. The old man nodded once. Long enough. Another silence stretched between us. I checked my phone instinctively. No signal. Not even one bar. That bothered me more than the old stories. Storm probably knocked towers out, I told myself. Still, I suddenly wanted to leave. Vast. I reached for my wallet. That was when the old man grabbed my wrist. Not hard, but fast enough to freeze me. His hand felt ice cold. His eyes locked onto mine. If you see lights between the trees, he whispered, don't stop driving. Every sound in the building seemed to disappear after that. Even the rain. For one awful second, the whole gas station felt disconnected from the world outside. Like we were underwater. I slowly pulled my hand back. What lights? But the old man was already staring toward the window again. Like he regretted speaking. I paid for the gas and coffee. Neither of us said another word. When I stepped outside, the storm had somehow gotten worse. Rain hammered the roof so hard it sounded like fists. I hurried toward the truck, boots splashing through puddles. Then I noticed something strange. The abandoned car with the open driver's side door was closed now. I stopped walking. Rain streamed down my face. Maybe I remembered wrong. Maybe the wind moved it. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Because I remembered staring directly into that dark open doorway minutes earlier. Now the door sat fully shut, and somebody had written something across the fogged rear window. 3 words: "Turn back now." My stomach dropped instantly. I looked toward the gas station. The old man stood inside the window watching me, completely still. Then the lights inside the building flickered once, twice, and went out. The entire station disappeared into darkness. For half a second, I couldn't move. Then the lights came back, dimmer this time, but the old man was gone. I climbed into my truck so fast, I nearly slipped on the step rail. The doors locked automatically with a loud click. My breathing sounded too loud inside the cab. I started the engine immediately. The headlights cut across the rain, and for one brief second, I saw someone standing near the tree beside the abandoned cars. Tall, motionless, watching the truck. I couldn't see a face, just a shape. Then lightning flashed across the sky, and the figure was gone. I drove out of that gas station faster than I should have. The tires slid slightly on the wet road before catching again. A mile later, I told myself the whole thing was exhaustion. That was all. A lonely road. An old man telling stories. A tired brain making shadows out of rain and trees. But 20 minutes later, I saw the sign. Black Pine Road next right. And somehow, even through the storm, I could already see lights moving between the trees ahead. I should have stayed on Route 9. That thought kept repeating in my head the second my truck turned onto Black Pine Road. The highway disappeared behind me almost immediately. One moment there were faded lane markings and distant guardrails. The next there was only forest. The road narrowed so suddenly it felt wrong. Trees pressed close on both sides, tall black pines bending inward over the asphalt like they were trying to hide it from the sky. Rain slid across the windshield in heavy waves. The wipers barely kept up. And those lights, I could still see them moving deeper between the trees. Small white glows, too steady to be lightning, too slow to be cars. I tightened my grip on the wheel. The old man's voice came back into my head. If you see lights between the trees, don't stop driving. I remember muttering to myself after that. Just get through the road. Simple. Keep moving. No reason to panic. The GPS had completely frozen now. The map showed my truck floating in empty gray space with no roads at all. That bothered me more than I wanted to admit. I checked my phone again. Still no signal. The rain softened a little after 10 minutes. Not enough to help visibility much, but enough for me to finally notice something strange about the road itself. No lines, no reflectors, nothing, just wet black pavement stretching endlessly ahead. Like the county forgot it existed years ago. I passed the first abandoned car about 15 minutes in. An old blue sedan, half buried in weeds beside the ditch. At first I barely noticed it. Then my headlights swept across the windshield. The inside of the glass had words scratched into the fog. Not safe here. I felt my stomach tighten. The truck drifted slightly before I corrected the wheel. Okay. I said it out loud without realizing. Okay, somebody's messing around. That explanation felt weak even as I said it. Because the car didn't look staged. It looked forgotten. One tire was completely flat. Moss crawled up the doors. Branches had grown around the back bumper. Yet the warning on the windshield looked fresh. Like someone had written it recently. I kept driving. The forest got thicker. The farther I went, the quieter the world became. No birds. No insects. Even the storm seemed distant now. just the steady hum of tires against wet pavement. And every so often, those lights moving between the trees, sometimes close, sometimes far away, always keeping pace. Around 1:00 a.m., I started noticing the smell. Smoke, faint at first, then stronger, like wet wood burning somewhere nearby. I rolled the window down slightly. Cold air rushed inside immediately. The smell became clearer. Campfire smoke. But there were no houses, no cabins, nothing except endless forest. Then I saw another vehicle. This one was newer. A white pickup truck tilted sideways against a cluster of trees. Driver's side door hanging open. Headlights off. I slowed down instinctively. Something about it felt recent. Too recent. Rainwater still rolled down the windows. The tires weren't flat yet. And then I noticed the engine hood, covered in handprints. Dozens of them. Mud-smeared handprints pressed across the metal. Some large, some small, like multiple people had touched it at once. A cold pressure spread through my chest again. I should have kept driving. Instead, I slowed almost to a stop. I don't know why. Maybe curiosity. Maybe exhaustion making bad decisions feel normal. My headlights lit the inside of the truck as I rolled past. The cabin was empty, except for one thing. A flashlight sitting upright in the passenger seat, still turned on. Its pale beam pointed toward the trees, toward the woods behind the truck, like someone had left it there on purpose. I pressed harder on the gas after that. The road curved sharply uphill. Pine branches scraped against the sides of the trailer with long screeching sounds that made my skin crawl. The forest felt tighter now, closer, almost crowded. Then the radio turned on by itself. Static exploded through the cab. I jumped hard enough to hit the shoulder. The truck rattled violently over gravel before straightening again. Jesus! My heart hammered painfully. The radio hissed with loud bursts of static. I reached toward the dial and froze. There was a voice underneath the static. Weak. Crackling. Help. I stared at the dashboard. The voice came again. Please. Not a radio host. Not music. A real person. A woman. Sounding terrified. Then the signal warped into screaming static again. I shut the radio off completely. But for the next few minutes, I could still hear faint whispering under the sound of the engine. I told myself it was my imagination. It was, because when I looked in the passenger mirror, I saw someone standing on the road behind me. Far back in the darkness, a woman, barefoot, wearing something pale. She stood perfectly still in the rain, while my truck pulled farther away. Then the road curved again, and she disappeared. Every instinct in my body told me to turn around then. Forget the shortcut. Forget the lost time. Just leave. But the road had become narrow and winding now, barely enough space for the trailer. And something about revering through that forest felt worse. So I kept going. That decision still follows me. About 30 minutes later, I noticed more abandoned vehicles hidden between the trees. Not one or two. Dozens. Some old. Some almost new. They appeared randomly as my headlights moved through the forest. A rusted van. A motorcycle tipped sideways in mud. An SUV tangled in vines. One car sat upright against a tree with every door standing open. Like people climbed out all at once and walked away together. The deeper I drove, the more vehicles I saw. some barely visible under moss and branches, others looking freshly abandoned, like the owners had vanished hours earlier. I stopped counting after 20. That was when the fear changed. Up until then, I still thought there could be explanations. Breakdowns, accidents, storm damage. But this felt organized somehow. Like the forest collected people. The truck headlights swept across another car, hidden near the ditch. And this time I saw a person inside. I slammed the brakes instinctively. The trailer fishtailed slightly behind me before stopping. Rain tapped softly against the windshield. My breathing sounded loud inside the cab. The figure inside the car wasn't moving, just sitting there, head tilted forward. I stared for several seconds before finally grabbing my flashlight. Part of me screamed not to get out, but another part needed to know. Needed proof that I wasn't losing my mind. The cold hit me immediately when I stepped outside. The forest smelled damp and rotten. Pine needles covered the ground like black fur. I walked slowly toward the car. My boots sank into wet mud. The flashlight beam shook in my hand. As I got closer, I realized the driver wasn't dead. It was a mannequin. An old store mannequin dressed in soaked human clothes. Mud covered its blank white face, and taped across its chest was a piece of cardboard. I raised the flashlight. The writing looked rushed, uneven. Don't let them see you stop. A branch cracked somewhere deeper in the woods. I spun around immediately. Nothing, just trees. But suddenly, the forest no longer felt empty. It felt crowded. Watching. Another crack echoed farther back. Then another. Slow footsteps. Circling. I backed toward the truck quickly. The flashlight beam bounced wildly across tree trunks. And for one horrible second, I saw shapes standing between the pines. Tall figures. Perfectly still. Too many to count. My chest locked up. I hurried faster. The footsteps stopped the moment I reached the truck door. Silence returned instantly, like whatever had been out there simply paused. Waiting. I climbed inside and locked the doors. My hands shook so badly, I dropped the keys twice. The engine finally roared back to life. And that was when I noticed something ahead on the road. Another light. Not in the trees this time. Directly ahead. Warm yellow light glowing through the rain. A building. Small. Wooden. Hidden beside the road. At first I thought it was another gas station. Then I saw the sign hanging crooked near the driveway. Black Pine Lodge. And parked outside the lodge was my truck. Same trailer. Same company logo. Same cracked left mirror. I stopped breathing for a second, because my real truck was still idling beneath me. But somehow, another version of it was already waiting outside the lodge ahead. The truck parked outside the lodge was gone when I blinked. Just gone. 1 second it sat there beneath the rain, engine dark, trailer tilted slightly toward the ditch. The next second the parking area was empty. I remember gripping the steering wheel so hard my fingers hurt. My own truck idled beneath me, vibrating softly. Warm air blew from the vents. Everything inside the cab felt normal. But outside no longer felt connected to reality. The lodge sat alone beside the road, with only one weak light glowing above the entrance. Black Pine Lodge. The sign creaked slowly in the wind. I checked the mirrors again. No other truck. No tire tracks. Nothing. For a moment, I honestly thought I was falling asleep behind the wheel. Maybe exhaustion was finally catching up to me. Maybe I drifted off for a few seconds and dreamed the whole thing. That explanation almost comforted me. Then I noticed the front door of the lodge slowly opening by itself. Not swinging, not blowing in the wind. Opening carefully, like somebody inside had been watching me arrive. A thin line of warm yellow light stretched across the rain-soaked gravel. And then it stopped, half open, waiting. Every part of me wanted to keep driving. But another feeling pushed harder now. Relief, human light, a building, maybe a phone, maybe answers. I pulled into the gravel lot slowly. The tires crunched loudly in the silence. No other cars. No sounds except rain tapping against the roof of the cab. The lodge looked older up close. Way older. Wood walls warped with age. Windows stained dark from years of storms. Half the roof sagged inward slightly. But smoke drifted from the chimney. Someone was definitely inside. I killed the engine. Immediately, the quiet returned. That awful quiet. No forest sounds. No wind through trees. Nothing. Just the rain. I stepped outside carefully. The cold air smelled like wet pine and smoke. The lodge windows glowed faintly amber now, but the farther windows remained completely black, like only one room inside still had power. As I walked toward the entrance, I noticed something strange near the porch steps. Boot prints, fresh ones, deep in the mud, leading toward the building, but none leading away. I stopped, looked around the empty lot again. Rain slid from the hood of my truck behind me. No movement anywhere. Still, those footprints bothered me enough that I almost turned around. Then I heard music inside. Soft piano music. Old and warped. Like a record player dragging across dust. Human sound. Normal sound. That was enough to keep me moving. The wooden porch groaned under my boots. The front door stood slightly open, exactly like before. Warm air drifted out carrying the smell of burning wood and something older underneath. Something damp. Rotting wallpaper maybe. I pushed the door open wider. The music stopped instantly. The sudden silence hit so hard it almost felt physical. Hello. My voice sounded small inside the lodge. No answer. The room beyond looked frozen in time. Old leather chairs. A stone fireplace crackling softly. A front desk covered in dust. Yellow wallpaper peeling off the walls in long strips. And hanging above the fireplace, a row of black and white photographs. I stepped inside slowly. The floor creaked beneath every step. The warmth from the fire felt good against my frozen hands. For the first time in hours, my breathing began slowing down. Maybe this was just an old roadside lodge after all. Maybe somebody lived here alone. Maybe the road stories were exactly that. Stories. Then I saw the photographs clearly. Every picture showed the same road. Black Pine Road. Different years. Different seasons. Cars. People standing beside vehicles. Families smiling near the trees. Truck drivers. Travelers. Campers. And in every single photograph, there was a figure standing somewhere in the background. Tall, blurred, watching, sometimes near the tree line, sometimes reflected faintly in windows. Always there. My chest tightened again. I moved closer to the wall. The oldest picture looked like it came from the 1960s. A family of 4 smiling beside a station wagon. Behind them, deep between the trees, stood the same dark figure. The newest photograph looked recent, maybe only a few years old. It showed a man beside a semi-truck. A red semi-truck. My stomach dropped slowly, because the driver in the picture looked exactly like me. Same beard, same jacket, same face, only older somehow. Tired, thinner, and behind him, the same tall figure stood near the woods. Watching, I stumbled backward so fast I hit a table. A coffee mug crashed onto the floor beside me. The sound echoed through the lodge. Then came footsteps upstairs. Slow, heavy. My blood turned cold instantly. Somebody was definitely here. The footsteps stopped above me. Silence followed. I stared toward the dark staircase near the hallway. Part of me expected someone to appear immediately. Nobody did. Then an old man's voice drifted down softly from the second floor. "You finally made it." I froze completely. The voice sounded calm, not threatening, almost relieved. Another floorboard creaked overhead. Then slow footsteps started descending the stairs. One step at a time. I backed toward the front door without meaning to. The old man appeared halfway down the staircase, and my stomach dropped again. It was the cashier from the gas station. Same gray eyes, same tired face, only now he looked older somehow. Much older. His clothes hung loose from his body. His skin looked pale in the firelight. "You shouldn't be here," I whispered. He gave a weak smile. I told myself the same thing 30 years ago. The fire cracked softly behind me. Rain tapped against the windows. I stared at him in complete confusion. "How did you get here before me?" The old man didn't answer immediately. He stepped off the final stair slowly. "You took the road," he said quietly. "Once that happens, things stop working the way they should." I shook my head. No, I just saw you back at the station." "You saw what's left of me there." A chill spread across my arms. The old man walked toward the fireplace slowly, limping slightly now. Up close, he looked exhausted beyond words, like he hadn't slept in years. "You want coffee?" he asked suddenly. The normalness of the question made everything feel worse. "I don't understand what this place is." He nodded slightly. "Nobody does at first." Thunder rolled faintly outside. The old man stared into the fire for several long seconds before speaking again. "The road changes people. Sometimes it keeps them." I looked toward the door behind me. Still open slightly. Still possible to leave. But something stopped me. Maybe curiosity. Maybe fear of what waited outside now. Then I noticed another detail. Beside the fireplace sat dozens of wallets. Phones, driver licenses, car keys, piled together carelessly like forgotten trash. My stomach twisted. These belonged to the people on the road. The old man nodded. "They stop eventually." "What happens to them?" His silence answered enough. A heavy feeling settled over the room. The lodge suddenly felt much smaller, much older. I noticed scratch marks on the inside of the front door then. Deep ones, like people had clawed at the wood trying to get out. "You need to leave," I said quietly. The old man gave a tired smile again. I tried. That answer stayed hanging in the room. Then came another sound from upstairs. A door slowly creaking open. Both of us looked toward the ceiling. The old man's face changed immediately. Fear. Real fear. First time I'd seen it in him. "They know you're here now," he whispered. The temperature inside the lodge dropped suddenly. The fire weakened. Not naturally. Like something sucked the warmth straight out of the room. I heard soft movement upstairs. More than one person. Bare footsteps crossing old wooden floors. Slow, dragging. The old man stepped closer quickly. "You need to listen carefully," he whispered. His hands shook now. "When they knock, do not open the door." Every hair on my arm stood up. "What are they?" But the old man looked past me instead, toward the dark hallway behind the staircase. And that was when I saw it. A person standing at the far end of the hall. Tall, completely still, its face hidden in darkness. Rainwater dripped slowly from its clothes onto the floorboards. The old man whispered something under his breath. A prayer, maybe. Then the figure tilted its head slightly toward me and smiled. Not wide, not unnatural, just enough to show it recognized me, like we'd met before. Then came the knocking. 3 slow knocks against the front door behind me, even though nobody had walked onto the porch. The old man closed his eyes immediately. His voice became barely audible. "They always arrive after midnight." Another 3 knocks echoed through the lodge. Slow, patient, and somewhere upstairs, I heard more footsteps waking up. The job posting only had 13 words. Winter caretaker, NEED 4 remote lodge, room provided, cash paid weekly. That was it. No company name, no website, no photo, just a phone number written under the ad like somebody had typed it in a hurry. I remember staring at the screen in my tiny apartment while snow fell outside my window. My heating had already stopped working 3 days earlier. There was almost no food left in the fridge, and my bank account had less than $40 in it. So honestly, I probably would have taken any job, even one that felt wrong. The man answered on the second ring. He sounded old, not weak exactly, just tired, like every word cost energy. "You still looking for help?" I asked. A few seconds of silence passed. Then he said, "Depends. On what? You afraid of being alone?" I laughed a little after that, mostly because I thought he was joking. "I'm in college," I told him. "I've had 4 roommates. Being alone sounds amazing." The old man didn't laugh back. "You'd stay from December through February," he said quietly. "Roads close after heavy snow, sometimes for days." "That's fine. You cook?" "Sort of." "You drink?" "Not much." Another pause. Then came the question that should have made me hang up. "If somebody knocks at night, would you answer the door?" Something cold moved through my stomach. I remember sitting straighter in my chair. "What kind of question is that?" "No wrong answer," he said softly. I almost ended the call right there. But then he mentioned the pay. $300 a week in cash. Free room. No guests during winter season. Mostly just cleaning and checking generators. For somebody broke enough to ration cereal. That sounded life-changing. He gave me directions instead of an address. Said GPS barely worked near the property. Then right before hanging up, he added one more thing. "If the road sign says Black Pine, you've gone too far." The call ended immediately after that. I remember sitting there listening to silence in my apartment. Outside, snow tapped softly against the glass. The whole conversation felt strange, but not dangerous, just off. I told myself old people were weird sometimes. That was easier than admitting how uncomfortable I felt. 3 days later, I packed my clothes into 2 bags and started driving north. The farther I got from the city, the emptier the roads became. Gas stations disappeared first, then traffic lights, then even radio stations started fading into static. By evening, snow covered almost everything except the narrow highway cutting through the mountains. I kept thinking about the old man's final warning. If the road sign says black pine, you've gone too far. At the time, I assumed he meant it literally. I didn't realize people around there avoided saying the name for a reason. The town before the lodge barely looked real. Just 6 or 7 buildings buried under snow. A diner, a church, a tiny grocery store with Christmas lights hanging year-round. I stopped for gas there while the sun disappeared behind the mountains. That was when I noticed everybody staring. Not aggressively, not angry, just watching me. A woman smoking outside, the diner followed me with her eyes the entire time I pumped gas. An older guy cleaning snow off his truck stopped working completely when he saw my out-of-state plates. Even inside the station, the cashier looked uneasy when I mentioned the lodge. "You're heading up there tonight?" she asked quietly. "Yeah." She glanced toward the dark windows. Snow drifted sideways outside now. "You know the road gets bad after dark. I've driven worse." "That's not what I meant." Something in her voice made me pause. I remember forcing a smile. "It's just a caretaker job." The cashier didn't respond immediately. Instead, she reached under the counter and slid a folded paper map toward me. "Cell service dies after Miller's Pass," she said. I looked at the map. One road near the forest had been crossed out heavily with black marker. No label, just a thick black line. "What's this?" The woman hesitated. Then she quietly said, "Don't use shortcuts if the snow starts falling harder." Before I could ask more, the front door opened behind me. Cold wind rushed inside. An old hunter stepped into the station carrying firewood. The second he heard our conversation, his expression changed. "You heading near Black Pine?" he asked. The cashier immediately looked uncomfortable. I nodded slowly. The old hunter stared at me for a long moment. Then he pointed toward the woods outside. "You see lights in those trees," he muttered. "You keep driving." My chest tightened instantly. Same warning. Almost the exact same words. Before I could respond, the old man walked toward the back of the store and disappeared down another aisle. The cashier looked pale now. She lowered her voice. "You should leave before the roads ice over." That was the end of the conversation. I drove out of town 10 minutes later, with snow hammering the windshield. The mountains looked enormous at night, dark shapes swallowing the road ahead. Around an hour later, I found the lodge turnoff. A wooden sign barely visible beneath snow. Hollow Creek Hunting Lodge. The driveway stretched deep into the forest. Tall pine trees lined both sides like walls. My headlights barely reached through the snowfall. I expected excitement maybe. A fresh start. Instead, I felt this growing pressure in my chest the deeper I drove. Like the forest itself disliked strangers. The lodge finally appeared through the snow after another 10 minutes. And honestly, it looked abandoned. A huge 3-story building crouched beside a frozen lake. Most windows dark, roof heavy with snow. One dim porch light flickering weakly near the entrance. I parked slowly. The snow had become so thick, I could barely see the trees anymore. No other cars. No movement. Nothing. For a second, I considered sleeping in the car until morning. Then the front door opened. Warm yellow light spilled onto the snow. An old man stepped outside, wearing a heavy flannel coat. Same tired eyes from the phone call. "You made good time," he said. I grabbed my bags and followed him inside quickly, before the cold swallowed us both. The lodge smelled like burning wood and old carpet. The warmth felt incredible after the drive. Inside looked better than outside, but only barely. The furniture was old. The walls carried water stains, and the long hallway near the dining room disappeared into darkness because half the lights no longer worked. The old man introduced himself as Walter. He moved slowly with a limp that seemed painful, but his hands looked strong, like he still chopped wood himself. He showed me the kitchen first, then the generator room, then my bedroom upstairs. As we walked, I noticed something strange. Every door on the third floor had locks installed on the outside. Not inside. Outside. I stopped in the hallway staring at one of them. Walter noticed immediately. "Storage rooms," he said too quickly. I nodded, but something about his answer felt rehearsed. That night we ate canned soup beside the fireplace downstairs. Snowstorms rattled softly against the windows. The lodge groaned occasionally like old ships do at sea. For a while, things almost felt normal. Then I noticed the guest logbook sitting on a nearby table. Names filled pages going back decades. Hunters, travelers, families. Some signatures ended suddenly, halfway down pages, like people stopped writing mid-word. And every few years, certain names had been scratched out completely. I looked up at Walter. "What happened to these guests?" The old man stared into the fire quietly. "Winter accidents," he said after a while. Something about the answer didn't sit right. Then the power flickered once. The lights dimmed briefly. And from somewhere upstairs, I heard footsteps. Slow, dragging footsteps. I looked toward the ceiling immediately. Walter didn't. He kept staring into the fire. "You said nobody else stays here during winter." The footsteps stopped. Silence followed. Walter slowly lifted his eyes toward me. His face looked older in the firelight suddenly, more tired. Then he quietly said the first thing that truly scared me. "Most winters they don't. The footprints weren't there the night before. I know that for a fact because I checked. The first thing I did every morning at Hollow Creek Lodge was clear snow from the front walkway and inspect the cabins near the frozen lake. Walter said pipes sometimes burst during winter if the heat failed overnight. Simple work. Quiet work. At first I liked it. The silence out there felt peaceful during the daytime. Snow covered everything in soft white layers. The trees stood perfectly still around the lake. Even the air felt slower. But Cabin 8 changed that. I noticed the footprints on my fourth morning at the lodge. Fresh prints, deep enough to still hold sharp edges in the snow. They circled the entire cabin once. Slowly, carefully, like somebody had walked around it during the night studying the windows. I remember stopping completely when I saw them. The wind moved lightly through the trees behind me. My boots crunched softly in the snow. Everything else stayed silent. Cabin 8 sat farther away from the others near the edge of the forest, smaller than the main lodge, older too. Walter had told me not to worry about it. "No guests stay there anymore," he said on my first day. At the time, I didn't ask why. Now I wished I had. I walked closer carefully. The footprints looked strange immediately. No drag marks. No signs of running. Just slow circles around the cabin. One set only. And they stopped near the front porch. Not continued. Stopped. Like whoever made them simply disappeared. I stared at the snow for almost a minute trying to understand it. Then I noticed something worse. There were no footprints leading toward the cabin. Only around it. My chest tightened slowly. I looked back toward the lodge. Smoke drifted calmly from the chimney in the distance. Part of me almost laughed. Maybe snow covered older tracks. Maybe I missed something. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Then I saw the window. Someone had wiped condensation from the inside glass. Not much, just enough to create a clear oval shape. Like somebody inside had been looking out recently. I backed away immediately. Every instinct told me somebody was staying in the cabin without Walter knowing. Maybe a hunter, maybe a drifter, maybe somebody dangerous. I hurried back toward the lodge faster than I wanted to admit. Walter stood in the kitchen making coffee when I came inside. The old radio beside him played soft, static-filled country music. "You got somebody staying in cabin 8?" I asked. Walter's hand stopped moving. Only for a second. But I noticed. Then he slowly poured coffee into his mug. "No, there are footprints around it." He didn't answer right away. Steam rose between us in the quiet kitchen. Finally he sighed. "Animals wander close sometimes." I stared at him. "You think deer wear boots?" That got his attention. His eyes lifted toward mine slowly. And for the first time since arriving, I saw genuine worry in his face. "You stayed away from the cabin, right?" The question irritated me immediately. Why wouldn't I? Walter looked toward the dark hallway behind me. "Not at me." "At night," he said quietly, "you hear anything outside your room?" A cold feeling crept slowly through my stomach. I thought about the footsteps I'd heard almost every night since arriving. Slow sounds moving through the upper hallway. Sometimes stopping outside my door. Sometimes continuing toward the locked rooms at the far end. I'd convinced myself it was Walter walking around unable to sleep. But suddenly, I wasn't sure anymore. "You hear something?" he asked again. I shook my head automatically. Lie. I don't know why I lied. Maybe because his expression scared me. Walter nodded slowly like he didn't believe me anyway. Then he handed me a ring of old brass keys. "You don't go near cabin 8 after dark," he said. His voice had changed. No warmth now. Just warning. I should have listened. That afternoon, the storm finally cleared enough for sunlight to reach the lake. Everything looked beautiful for a few hours. The snow sparkled across the frozen water. The sky turned pale blue. For the first time since arriving, I felt calm again. I even started thinking maybe I'd overreacted. Footprints in snow weren't exactly proof of anything supernatural. By evening, I almost convinced myself the whole thing was stress. Then night came, and around 2:00 a.m., something knocked on my window. 3 soft taps. I woke instantly. My room sat on the second floor, facing the woods behind the lodge. The curtains moved slightly from cold air leaking through the frame. Tap, tap, tap. The sound came again. Soft, patient. My heart started beating hard enough to hurt. Outside my window was nothing except a roof drop and 15 feet of snow below. Nobody could stand there. I sat frozen in bed listening. Silence returned. Then slowly, I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my room. Heavy, dragging slightly, moving toward the stairs, toward the front entrance downstairs. A door creaked open somewhere below. Cold wind rushed faintly through the lodge. Then came another sound. Footsteps outside, circling, slow crunching sounds through fresh snow. My mouth went dry instantly, because I already knew where they were going. Cabin 8. I barely slept after that. The next morning, I put on my coat before sunrise and walked straight back to the lake. The footprints had returned, fresh again, Same pattern. One slow circle around cabin 8. But this time there were more. At least 2 sets now. One large, one smaller, and near the back window, I noticed bare footprints mixed into the snow. Human bare feet. My stomach twisted immediately. The skin impressions looked pale blue against the ice. No socks, no shoes, just naked feet walking through freezing snow like the cold meant nothing. I stepped closer despite every instinct screaming not to. The smaller tracks ended beside the rear wall of the cabin, then vanished completely. No trail leading away. Nothing, like whoever made them climbed straight through the wall. That thought hit me so hard, I actually laughed once under my breath. Not because it was funny, because fear sometimes comes out sounding wrong. I looked toward the cabin windows again. Curtains closed. No movement. No smoke from the chimney. But I couldn't shake the feeling that somebody inside was standing perfectly still behind those curtains watching me. Then I noticed something hanging beside the door. A small wooden sign half covered in snow. Below the number, someone had scratched words deep into the wood. Don't let them in. A branch cracked loudly somewhere in the trees behind me. I turned instantly. Nothing moved, but the forest suddenly felt alive. Watching, the wind carried a faint sound then. Not from the woods, from inside the cabin. Music, soft piano music, slow and distorted. The exact kind old record players make when batteries start dying. Every hair on my arm stood up. I backed away carefully. The music stopped immediately. Not faded. Stopped. Like somebody inside knew I heard it. I almost ran back to the lodge after that. Walter stood near the fireplace when I entered. He looked exhausted. Dark circles sat under his eyes like he hadn't slept at all. You went back there, he said quietly. Not a question. I pulled off my gloves. There's somebody inside that cabin. Walter closed his eyes briefly. Then he whispered something under his breath I couldn't fully hear. What? He looked at me again. You ever hear a story so many times, he asked softly, that eventually it starts becoming real? I stared at him. What does that even mean? Instead of answering, Walter walked toward the front windows. Snow had started falling again outside. Heavy this time. The kind that buries roads overnight. You should leave before the next storm settles in, he muttered. You told me roads might close for days. They will. Something about the way he said it made my chest tight. I stepped closer. Walter, who stayed in cabin 8. Silence stretched between us. The fire cracked softly nearby. Then finally he answered. A family. His voice sounded distant now. Long time ago. What happened to them? Walter looked toward the frozen lake. And for a second, I thought I saw tears in his eyes. Then he quietly said the words that stayed with me every night after that. They never actually checked out. I woke up because somebody was humming outside my room. Not loud, not even clear. Just this soft, broken humming drifting through the hallway at maybe 3 in the morning. At first, I thought I was dreaming. The lodge was always full of strange noises at night, pipes ticking, wood settling, wind dragging across the roof. But this sounded human. A woman's voice. Slow, gentle, like somebody trying to calm a child to sleep. I opened my eyes slowly. Darkness filled the room, except for pale moonlight leaking through the curtains. The humming stopped immediately. Silence settled over the lodge again. I stared toward the bedroom door for several seconds without moving. Then came 3 soft footsteps outside. 1, 2, 3, and then nothing. Every muscle in my body tightened. I checked my phone beside the bed. No signal. 2:43 a.m. glowing across the screen. Snow tapped softly against the window behind me. Part of me wanted to stay under the blankets and pretend none of it happened. But another part, the curious part, was already awake. I slid quietly out of bed and stepped toward the door. The floor felt freezing beneath my socks. I held my breath while opening the door slowly. The hallway outside sat empty. Long, dark, still. Only one weak bulb glowed near the stairwell downstairs. The rest of the lodge disappeared into shadows. I listened carefully. Nothing. Then I smelled something strange. Perfume. Very faint. Sweet and old-fashioned. Not the smell of dust and wood smoke the lodge usually carried. This smelled clean. Fresh. Completely out of place. I followed it slowly down the hallway. Every step made the floor creak softly beneath me. The locked doors on the third floor stood silent in the darkness. Outside the windows, snow drifted heavily beneath the moonlight. Then I noticed one of the doors slightly open. Only an inch maybe. But I knew for a fact it had been locked earlier. I stopped walking immediately. My heartbeat sounded loud in my ears now. The smell of perfume drifted stronger from inside the room. I moved closer carefully. The brass number plate beside the door read 12. I had never seen the inside of any guest room on the third floor before. Walter kept them locked at all times. Storage, he always said. But standing there now, it didn't feel like storage. Cold air drifted through the cracked doorway. I pushed the door gently. The hinges groaned softly. Moonlight spilled across old wallpaper and dusty furniture inside. The room looked untouched for years. A bed covered with white sheets. An old suitcase beside the wall. A vanity mirror coated in dust. And sitting near the window, a woman's coat. Fresh snow still melted slowly off the shoulders. I froze completely. Somebody had worn that coat recently. A floorboard creaked somewhere behind me. I spun around instantly. The hallway remained empty. But now I heard something downstairs. The front door opening. Then closing. Slowly. Like somebody had just left the lodge. I hurried to the stairwell and looked down. The lobby below sat dark, except for dying firelight near the fireplace. No sign of Walter. No sign of anyone. But the front door stood slightly open. Snow blew softly through the gap. My stomach tightened hard. I rushed downstairs immediately. Cold air filled the lobby now. The fire crackled weakly. And there, across the snow outside the entrance, were footprints. Bare footprints. Leading away from the lodge. Toward the frozen lake. I don't know why I followed them. Fear should have stopped me. Common sense should have stopped me. But curiosity is dangerous when you're isolated long enough. You start needing answers more than safety. I grabbed my coat and flashlight from the hook near the door. The cold outside hit like a wall. Snow reached almost to my knees as I stepped off the porch. The footprints continued clearly across the white ground ahead. Small feet. Human. No shoes. No hesitation. Just slow, calm steps toward the cabins near the lake. My flashlight beam shook slightly as I followed. The entire property looked unreal beneath moonlight. Black trees. White snow. Dark frozen water stretching silently beside the cabins. And ahead of me, Cabin 8. The footprints ended there. Of course they did. I stopped several yards away. The cabin sat completely dark, except for pale moonlight reflecting off frosted windows. No smoke, no sounds, no movement, yet something about it felt awake, like the building itself was aware of me standing there. The wind moved softly across the lake behind me. Then I noticed the curtain moving inside the cabin. Just slightly, a tiny shift behind the frosted glass. My throat went dry instantly. I raised the flashlight slowly toward the window. At first I saw nothing, only frost covering the glass from inside. Then a shape appeared behind the curtain. A woman, standing perfectly still. The flashlight trembled in my hand. She looked pale even through the frost. Long dark hair hanging over one shoulder. Thin white nightgown. And eyes. I could barely make them out through the ice on the window. But I knew she was staring directly at me. Neither of us moved. The entire world seemed silent suddenly. Even the wind had stopped. I should have left right then. Instead, I took one slow step closer. The woman remained motionless behind the curtain. Her face looked wrong somehow. Not deformed, not monstrous, just deeply tired, like somebody who hadn't slept in years. Then I realized something that made my stomach twist. I could see the curtain behind her through parts of her face. Faintly, like she wasn't fully there. The flashlight beam flickered once. The woman smiled, not happily, more like recognition, like she knew me. Then the cabin lights turned on. Every window exploded with warm yellow light at once. I stumbled backward hard enough to nearly fall. Voices filled the cabin suddenly. Laughter, silverware clinking, people talking softly, like a family dinner happening inside. My heart pounded violently, because through the frosted windows, I could now see multiple figures moving around inside the cabin. At least 5 people, shadows crossing room to room. One figure sat at a table. Another walked down a hallway carrying candles. And the woman behind the curtain never stopped staring at me. Then somebody touched my shoulder. I nearly screamed. Walter stood behind me, breathing heavily into the cold night air. "Don't look inside," he whispered sharply. I turned toward him. "What the hell is happening?" Walter looked terrified. Actually terrified. Not confused. Not surprised. Terrified. "We need to go." The lights inside cabin 8 flickered softly behind us. The sounds of laughter continued. I looked back toward the window. The woman was gone now, but another figure stood there instead. A little girl, pale face pressed against the glass, watching me. Walter grabbed my arm hard enough to hurt. Now, we hurried back toward the lodge through heavy snow. I kept looking behind us the entire time. The cabin lights glowed warmly beside the frozen lake. Too warmly, too alive. And halfway back to the lodge, I noticed something that nearly stopped my heart. More footprints had appeared behind us in the snow. Not ours, fresh ones, bare feet, following us slowly from cabin 8. Walter stopped talking about cabin 8 after that night. Completely. Any time I mentioned the footprints or the woman behind the window, he either ignored me or changed the subject immediately. That scared me more than if he'd admitted everything. Because people only avoid certain subjects when the truth is worse than the fear. The storm trapped us at the lodge for 4 straight days after that. Snow buried the road completely. The power failed twice. And every night, I heard movement somewhere outside my room. Soft footsteps, slow breathing, sometimes faint humming drifting through the hall. I stopped sleeping properly after the 3rd night. My nerves stayed tight all the time, even during daylight, especially during daylight, because mornings were worse now. Every morning, fresh footprints circled cabin 8. Always different. Sometimes one set, sometimes several. Once I saw child-sized footprints walking beside larger ones toward the frozen lake. But never away. Never once away. Walter stopped checking the cabins with me after that. "You don't need to go near the lake anymore," he muttered one morning while staring into his coffee. "But pipes. Forget the pipes." His voice sounded sharp enough to end the conversation immediately. So I stayed around the main lodge instead. Cleaned hallways, chopped wood, tried distracting myself from the growing feeling that something inside the forest was slowly getting closer. Then I found the office. It happened by accident. I was cleaning the downstairs storage hall near the kitchen when I noticed cold air leaking through the wall behind a shelf. At first I thought maybe a pipe burst, but when I moved the shelf slightly, I saw part of a hidden door behind it. Old wood, rusty handle, locked. The weird thing was, I had walked that hallway dozens of times and never noticed the door before. Almost like my brain kept sliding past it. I stood there staring for a long moment. The lodge creaked softly around me. Snow tapped against distant windows. Then curiosity won. Again, I grabbed the brass keys Walter gave me during my first week. Most didn't fit. The fourth key clicked. The hidden door opened inward with a long groan. Dust drifted through the flashlight beam as I stepped inside. The room smelled old. Paper, mold, cigarette smoke buried beneath years of silence. A tiny office sat hidden behind the wall. Desk, filing cabinets, shelves overflowing with binders and guest records. The air felt colder in there somehow. Heavy, like the room had been sealed shut for a reason. I stepped carefully toward the desk. An old lamp sat beside stacks of paperwork covered in dust. And at the center of everything, the guest logbooks, dozens of them, leather-bound, sorted by year. My chest tightened immediately, because I already knew Walter didn't want me seeing them. I pulled one open slowly. The pages crackled softly beneath my fingers. Names filled every line. Families, travelers, hunters, dates, cabin numbers. Nothing unusual at first. Then I noticed small red marks beside certain names. Tiny circles drawn in pen. Not random. Specific people. I flipped through more pages. The red circles kept appearing. Some years had only one. Other years had dozens. I grabbed another logbook. Same thing. Certain names circled carefully in red ink. And beside some names, short handwritten notes. Did not leave. Still here. Heard KNOCKING. My stomach slowly turned cold. I kept flipping faster now. Every logbook carried the same strange notes beside certain guests. One entry made me stop completely. December 14, 1998. Miller family, cabin 8. Below the names, somebody had written one sentence shakily across the page. They opened the door. I stared at those words for a long time. The lodge felt quieter suddenly, like even the building itself was listening. Then I noticed another detail. Some names looked familiar. Very familiar. I grabbed my phone quickly and searched offline through saved news screenshots and articles I downloaded before arriving. Missing persons, hikers, travelers. One by one, I started matching names. A couple from Oregon missing, during a winter trip in 2003. A truck driver last seen near Black Pine Road. A teenage girl who disappeared during a snowstorm. All of them appeared in the lodge records. Every single one. My breathing became shallow, because this wasn't ghost stories anymore. These were real people, real disappearances, and Walter had records of all of them, hidden behind a locked door. A floorboard creaked outside the office. I froze instantly. The hallway beyond the hidden door stayed silent. Then came slow footsteps overhead. Directly above me, my flashlight trembled slightly. The third floor. I listened carefully. The footsteps dragged slowly from one end of the lodge to the other, then stopped, directly above the office. A soft knock echoed from the ceiling. 3 taps. My blood turned ice cold. I backed away from the desk slowly. Another knock, this time louder. Dust drifted from the ceiling beams. I should have left immediately. Instead, I looked through one more book. The newest one. Current year. Only 3 guest entries appear. 2 hunters from November. Then my own name. Seeing it there made my stomach twist. Because beside my name, the red circle had already been drawn. I stared at it while cold spread through my chest. And beneath my name, in handwriting that definitely was Walter's, someone had written, "He can see them now." The office door slammed shut behind me. I jumped violently. The room plunged into darkness. My flashlight flickered once before dying completely. For one horrible second, I couldn't breathe. The darkness inside that tiny office felt alive. Thick, crowded. Then I heard breathing beside me. Slow breathing. Not mine. Somebody stood in the room with me. I backed hard against the desk. My hands shook trying to hit the flashlight again. Nothing. The breathing moved closer. I could smell wet fabric, cold air, and that same sweet perfume from the 3rd floor hallway. A woman's voice whispered softly near my ear. "You shouldn't read those." I spun blindly toward the sound. The flashlight suddenly flickered back on. The office stood empty, but the logbook pages had changed. My own entry was gone, completely erased. Only a fresh, wet stain remained across the paper, like snow melting. Then I noticed footprints, bare wet footprints crossing the dusty office floor, leading toward the back wall, and stopping there. No door, no exit, just footprints ending against solid wood. I stumbled backward, breathing hard. That was when Walter appeared in the doorway. His face looked pale beneath the flashlight beam. For several seconds, neither of us spoke. Then his eyes lowered toward the open logbooks. "You opened them," he whispered. "You knew people disappeared here." Walter slowly closed the office door behind him. The hallway outside vanished. "You need to listen carefully now," he said quietly. His voice sounded exhausted, defeated. Some places don't stay empty after bad things happen. That's not an answer. He rubbed his face with trembling hands. When winter storms cut the road off, people get trapped here sometimes. And Walter looked toward the hidden wall where the footprints ended. And sometimes they hear knocking. The room suddenly felt freezing again. I stared at him. "What knocks?" Walter's eyes slowly met mine, and I realized something awful then. He wasn't hiding the truth because he thought I'd leave. He was hiding it because he was afraid saying it aloud might bring attention. A loud creak echoed upstairs again. Long, slow, like a door opening somewhere on the 3rd floor. Walter closed his eyes immediately. Then came footsteps. Multiple footsteps. Not just one person this time. Several, moving through the hallway overhead. My chest tightened painfully, because mixed between the footsteps, I heard children laughing softly upstairs. The first thing I noticed was the smoke. Not fresh smoke. Old smoke. The kind that hangs in cold air long after a fire dies. I remember standing beside my car with my backpack hanging from one shoulder, staring through the trees toward the edge of Black Pine Lake. The sun had already started setting behind the mountains. Orange light slid across the frozen water, while the forest around me turned darker by the minute. Everything looked peaceful at first. Quiet, empty. Then I saw the tents. 3 of them, half hidden near the shoreline beneath tall pine trees. My stomach tightened immediately. Not because campsites were strange, because these tents didn't look abandoned. One lantern still hung outside the largest tent. A folding chair sat upright beside a cold fire pit. And even from a distance, I could see steam rising faintly from a metal coffee mug sitting on a log. I stood there for several seconds waiting to see movement. A voice. Somebody walking between the trees. Nothing happened. Only the lake moving softly beneath thin ice. I checked my phone again. Still no signal. Typical. The campground sat almost 20 miles from the nearest town. That was the whole reason I came out there. I needed quiet. After the semester I'd had, quiet felt necessary. No roommates. No campus noise. No constant pressure. Just a few nights alone near the lake, before winter storms closed the roads completely. At least that was the plan. I grabbed my gear from the trunk and started down the narrow trail carefully. Dead pine needles crunched beneath my boots. The cold air smelled like wet wood and smoke. As I got closer to the campsite, the strange feeling in my chest grew worse. Everything looked paused, not abandoned. Paused, like whoever stayed there planned on coming back any second. A cooler sat near the fire pit with melted ice dripping slowly into the dirt. One sleeping bag remained unzipped inside the nearest tent, and hanging from a tree branch nearby. A red flannel jacket swayed gently in the wind. I stopped beside the fire pit. The ashes inside still held warmth. I could actually feel it when I crouched near the stones. Somebody had been there recently. Very recently. "Hello," I called out. My voice echoed softly across the lake. No answer. A bird suddenly burst from the trees overhead, making me flinch harder than I wanted to admit. I laughed quietly to myself after that. Nerves. That was all. Still, something felt wrong. The silence around the campsite didn't feel natural. Forests usually make noise. Wind, insects, birds. But standing there beside those tents, I realized I couldn't hear anything except the lake shifting under ice. Then I noticed the camera. A small handheld camcorder sat on one of the folding chairs pointed toward the woods. Its battery light blinked weakly. Still on. I stared at it for a second before picking it up. The screen flickered when I pressed play. At first all I saw was shaky footage of trees and tents, while somebody laughed behind the camera. 3 people, maybe college age. 2 guys and a girl. Their voices sounded relaxed. Normal. One of the guys joked about ghost stories near Black Pine Road. The girl told him to shut up. Then the footage skipped suddenly. Nighttime. Heavy breathing behind the camera now. The image shook violently between dark trees. "What was that?" somebody whispered off screen. Another voice answered immediately. "Turn the light off." The video ended there. Static filled the screen. I lowered the camera slowly. Cold spread through my arms despite the jacket I wore. Okay, maybe not nerves anymore. I looked around the campsite again. No blood. No signs of violence. No damaged tents. But people didn't just vanish and leave cameras recording in the woods. A distant cracking sound echoed somewhere across the lake. I turned instantly. The noise came again. Ice shifting. At least that's what I told myself. The sun dropped lower behind the mountains. Darkness crept slowly between the trees now. I suddenly understood how isolated the campground really was. Miles from town. No signal. Nobody nearby. For the first time since arriving, I considered leaving. Then I noticed fresh footprints near the shoreline. 3 sets. They led away from the campsite toward the trees at the far side of the lake. And only 2 sets came back. I stared at the tracks for a long moment. 1 person missing. My brain kept trying to explain it away. Maybe somebody stayed behind. Maybe the snow covered part of the trail. But deep down, I already felt something colder than logic. The missing track belonged to the girl. Smaller boots. Shorter steps. I don't know how I knew. I just did. The smart thing would have been getting in my car immediately. Instead, I made another mistake. I followed the footprints. The trail curved along the frozen shoreline beneath enormous pine trees. Evening shadows stretched across the snow now, turning everything blue-gray. The deeper I walked, the quieter the world became. Soon, I couldn't even see the campsite anymore. Only trees, lake, snow. Then I found the 4th tent. It sat deeper in the woods hidden between thick pines. Older than the others. Canvas material faded almost white with age. No footprints around it, except the 3 newer trails leading there. I stopped walking immediately. The zipper flap hung slightly open. Darkness waited inside. And hanging above the entrance, I saw dozens of little objects tied to strings. At first, I thought they were ornaments. Then I stepped closer. Teeth. Animal teeth. Maybe not all animal. A wave of nausea rolled through me. The wind shifted softly through the trees, making the teeth click together like tiny bones. I backed away slowly. That was when I heard movement behind me. A footstep crunching snow. I turned instantly. Nobody there. But now the forest no longer felt empty. I could feel attention. That awful sensation when you suddenly know somebody is watching you. My heartbeat sped up hard. Hello, I called again. Nothing answered. Then came another sound. Soft crying. A woman crying somewhere deeper in the trees. Very faint. Very far away. I couldn't tell which direction it came from. The sound drifted between the pines strangely. For one horrible second, I almost walked toward it. Then I remembered the missing footprints. The abandoned campsite. The camcorder footage. Every instinct finally screamed the same thing. Leave. Now. I turned back toward the lake quickly. And froze. Somebody stood near the shoreline watching me. Tall figure. Dark winter coat. Too far away to see the face clearly. The person didn't move at all. Didn't wave. Didn't speak. Just stood there between the trees. Watching. I felt completely exposed suddenly. Like prey realizing it wandered somewhere dangerous too late. I started walking back faster. The figure remained still. Then slowly, it lifted one arm and pointed toward the lake behind me. I turned before I could stop myself. The ice near shore had cracked open slightly. Black water moved beneath it. and floating near the edge of the broken ice was the girl's red backpack. I should have left that night. I know that now. The second I saw the red backpack floating beside the broken ice, every normal instinct inside me screamed to get in my car and drive until sunrise. Instead, I stood there staring at the black water while snow drifted quietly across the lake. The tall figure near the trees was gone when I looked back. Just gone. No footsteps. No movement between the pines. Nothing. That scared me more than if the person had stayed there watching. I grabbed the backpack using a fallen branch and dragged it carefully onto the shore. Water poured from the fabric slowly. One zipper pocket hung open. Inside, I found a flashlight, protein bars, and a small silver key attached to a faded motel keychain. No phone. No wallet. No sign of the girl. The lake ice creaked beneath the wind. Long, low groaning sounds rolled across the frozen surface like something huge moving underneath. I suddenly became aware of how dark everything had gone. The sun was gone now. Only moonlight remained across the lake. My campsite sat maybe 200 yards away, but it already looked distant through the trees. I started walking back quickly. Halfway there, I heard the voice. Claire. Soft. Drawn out. Barely louder than the wind. I stopped immediately. The sound came from somewhere across the water. A man's voice. Then silence returned. I stood frozen beside the trees listening hard. A few seconds later, the voice came again. Claire. The same name. Slower this time. Like somebody calling for someone they expected to answer. My skin crawled instantly. The voice sounded far away, but strangely clear at the same time. Too clear. The lake carried sound oddly. That's what I told myself. Probably campers across the shore searching for their friend. That explanation lasted maybe 10 seconds. Then another voice joined in. Daniel. Different voice. An older woman maybe. Weak and trembling. The sound drifted across the frozen water from the darkness ahead. Then another name. Then another. One after another. Soft voices echoing through the night. Calling names into the dark. I backed toward my campsite slowly without taking my eyes off the lake. The voices continued. Some sounded close. Some impossibly far away. A child whispering softly. An old man coughing between words. A woman crying while repeating the same name again and again. Every voice carried the exact same tone. Searching. Lonely. Desperate. By the time I reached my tent, my hands were shaking from cold and adrenaline. I zipped myself inside quickly and turned on my lantern. The warm yellow light helped a little. At least for a moment. Outside, the lake noises continued. Ice groaning. Wind moving through trees. And somewhere far across the water. Voices. I tried distracting myself by checking the backpack again. Inside one pocket, I found a folded park map stained slightly from water damage. A red circle had been drawn near the northern side of the lake. No label. Just a mark deep in the woods. I stared at it for a while before setting it aside. My brain felt exhausted already. Too many strange things piling together too fast. Missing campers. Footprints. The fourth tent in the woods. And now voices crossing the lake at night. Around midnight, the temperature dropped hard. Cold crept through the tent floor despite my sleeping bag. The lantern flickered softly beside me. Outside, the voices finally stopped. The silence afterward felt even worse. Because now I could hear something else. Footsteps. slow crunching footsteps moving through snow outside the tent. I stopped breathing instantly. The footsteps circled the campsite once, carefully, not rushed, like somebody studying the tents. I grabbed the flashlight beside my sleeping bag. The beam shook badly in my hands. The footsteps stopped directly outside my tent. Silence. Then came breathing. Soft breathing only a few feet away. Every muscle in my body locked up. I stared at the tent wall, expecting a shadow to appear. Nothing moved. The breathing continued. Slow, calm. Then a woman's voice whispered quietly through the fabric. "Have you seen my brother?" My mouth went completely dry. The voice sounded young, cold, not threatening exactly, just deeply sad. I couldn't answer. The silence stretched too long. Then the voice spoke again. "They keep calling his name." A gust of wind rattled the trees overhead. The breathing outside stopped suddenly, and then the footsteps continued away from the tent toward the lake. I stayed frozen for maybe 5 straight minutes after that. Eventually, curiosity pulled me toward the zipper. Another mistake. I opened the tent slightly and aimed the flashlight outside. Empty campsite. No person. No footprints near the entrance. But down by the shoreline, I saw movement. Several figures stood out on the frozen lake. Far from shore. Too far to see clearly. Tall, dark shapes scattered across the ice beneath moonlight. Motionless. Watching the campsite. My chest tightened painfully. There had to be a rational explanation. Trees, shadows, exhaustion. But deep down, I already knew those weren't shadows. One of the figures slowly lifted an arm. Then another. Then all of them began pointing toward the north side of the lake, toward the place circled on the map. A horrible pressure built in my stomach. The lantern inside my tent suddenly went out behind me. Darkness swallowed the campsite completely. The figures vanished immediately. I stumbled backward, fumbling for the flashlight beam again. Nothing stood on the ice anymore. Only drifting snow crossing moonlight. I almost packed my things right then. Almost. But another thought kept crawling through my head. If somebody was still alive out there. If those missing campers needed help. Leaving suddenly felt wrong. Fear battled guilt inside me the rest of the night. I barely slept at all. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard those voices again crossing the lake, calling names into darkness. Around 4:00 a.m., I finally drifted into shallow sleep and dreamed about the water. In the dream, the lake ice was completely gone. Black water stretched endlessly beneath fog. People stood waist deep in the freezing lake, staring toward shore. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds. Some wore old winter coats. Others looked decades out of date. One little girl held a stuffed rabbit against her chest. An old man kept whispering names under his breath. And among them, I saw the missing camper girl. Pale face, wet hair hanging over her shoulders. She looked directly at me, then slowly raised one hand from the water. Not waving, pointing toward something beneath the surface. I looked down. Shapes moved under the black water below them. Human shapes, standing upright deep beneath the lake. Watching, I woke up gasping hard. Gray morning light filled the tent. Snow had stopped sometime before dawn. For a few seconds, relief flooded through me. Just a nightmare. Only a nightmare. Then I noticed the sound. Soft whispering outside the tent. I froze completely. The voices from the lake had returned. Only now. They were much closer. and mixed between the whispered names. I heard my own. The whispering stopped the second I opened the tent. Not faded, not moved away. Stopped, like whoever had been speaking knew I was listening. Cold morning air rushed inside while I stared across the campsite. Nothing stood there. The shoreline remained empty, except for drifting snow and dead pine branches poking through ice near the water. But the feeling stayed. That horrible feeling that somebody had been standing inches from the tent only seconds earlier. I stepped outside slowly, with the flashlight still clenched in my hand. Fresh snow covered most of the ground now. At first, I didn't see anything unusual. Then I noticed footprints circling the tent. Bare footprints. Dozens of them. Small, large, different sizes, overlapping each other in the snow. They formed uneven circles around my campsite, like people had walked around me during the night while I slept. My heartbeat started hammering immediately. The tracks stopped near the fire pit, and beside the cold ashes. Someone had placed the red backpack neatly upright. I stared at it in disbelief. I had left that backpack inside my tent. I knew I had. My hands shook while I picked it up again. The fabric felt freezing cold, and inside the front pocket, I found something new. A folded photograph, old and faded around the edges. The picture showed 3 people standing beside black pine, like sometime in the 1980s maybe. A man, a woman, and a little boy around 10 years old. All smiling, all standing near the exact same shoreline outside my campsite. Written across the bottom in faded ink were 4 words. Follow the fire. I looked up slowly toward the woods. Thin gray smoke drifted between the trees in the distance. My stomach tightened immediately. It rose slowly beyond the northern side of the lake, near the place circled on the map. For several seconds, I just stood there staring at it. The logical part of my brain tried, one last time, to explain everything. Another camper, a hunter, somebody living illegally out there. Anything normal. But deep down, I already knew normal had disappeared the moment I arrived at Black Pine Lake. Still, the smoke meant people, and people meant answers. So I packed my flashlight, knife, and the map into my backpack and started walking north through the trees. The snow reached nearly to my knees in some places. Branches hung heavy with ice overhead. And every few minutes, I caught myself checking behind me because it kept feeling like somebody followed just outside my line of sight. The deeper I went, the stranger the forest became. The trees grew taller, older, thicker. Sunlight barely reached the ground anymore. Even the snow looked darker beneath the pines. Then I started noticing objects hanging from branches. Small things, rusted keys, animal bones, pieces of old jewelry tied with faded string. The farther I walked, the more appeared, like markers guiding me deeper into the woods. Or warnings. I couldn't decide which felt worse. After almost 40 minutes, I smelled the smoke clearly. Wood smoke. Fresh, warm, and underneath it, something rotten. My pace slowed immediately. Through the trees ahead, orange firelight flickered softly. I crouched instinctively behind a fallen log. At first, I only saw the fire, large and steady in the middle of a clearing. The flames burned unusually bright against the snow. Too bright somehow, like the fire gave off more light than it should. Then I saw the cabin behind it. My chest tightened hard. The cabin looked ancient. Crooked wooden walls, collapsed porch roof, black windows. It sat deep in the clearing, surrounded by enormous pine trees that blocked almost all daylight. And somehow, despite the smoke and fire, the cabin looked abandoned for decades. No tracks led in or out of the clearing. No vehicle paths. Nothing. I slowly pulled the map from my pocket again. The cabin wasn't there. Not even close. Only empty forest marked the area. The fire cracked softly ahead of me. Warmth drifted through the cold air. And beside the flames sat a metal kettle gently steaming. Someone had placed it there recently. I stepped closer carefully. The clearing felt unnaturally quiet. No birds. No wind. Nothing except the fire popping softly. Then I noticed the chairs. 3 old wooden chairs positioned around the flames. One of them rocked slightly by itself. My skin crawled immediately. I looked toward the cabin windows. Dark, still, but I couldn't shake the feeling somebody watched from inside. The cabin door stood partly open. Blackness waiting beyond it. I should have left right then. Instead, I moved toward the fire. Because exhaustion does strange things to fear after long enough. Part of me actually felt relieved seeing warmth and shelter, even in a place that felt deeply wrong. The kettle whistled softly as I approached, and sitting beside it on a flat stone, I saw another photograph, newer this time. 3 campers smiling beside the lake. The same 3 from the abandoned campsite. The girl stood in the middle, wearing the red backpack. My stomach twisted. The photo looked recent, maybe days old. On the back, written in shaky handwriting, they heard the NAMES too. A floorboard creaked inside the cabin. I froze instantly. Silence followed. Then came another sound. A child laughing softly somewhere inside. Not playful laughter. Weak laughter. Like somebody trying to remember happiness. The cabin door slowly moved wider on its own. The darkness inside deepened. And then a voice spoke from within. You shouldn't stay after sunset. Old man's voice. Calm. Tired. I stared toward the doorway without moving. An elderly man stepped into view slowly. Long gray beard. Heavy winter coat. Pale skin. His eyes looked cloudy and exhausted, but not surprised to see me. Almost like he'd expected me. You live out here? I asked carefully. The old man looked toward the lake through the trees. Not exactly. Something about his answer made cold spread through my chest again. He gestured toward the fire. You look tired. Against every ounce of common sense left in me. I sat beside the flames. The warmth felt incredible after hours in the snow. The old man lowered himself into one of the wooden chairs slowly. For several minutes, neither of us spoke. The fire cracked softly between us. Then I finally asked the question burning through my mind. What happened to the campers by the lake? The old man stared into the flames. They listened. That doesn't mean anything. It does here. The fire suddenly shifted violently. Sparks burst upward into the dark trees. And for a split second, I saw shapes standing beyond the clearing. People. Dozens of them. Pale faces between the trunks. Watching silently. Then the sparks faded, and the trees looked empty again. I gripped the chair tightly. You see them too, the old man whispered. Not a question. I swallowed hard. What are they? He smiled sadly after that. The ones who stayed too long. The cabin behind him creaked softly. I noticed scratches around the doorway now. Deep claw marks cut into the wood from the inside. Then came the smell again. Rotting water. The same smell drifting from the lake ice at night. The old man noticed me reacting. "They come from the water first," he said quietly. Every nerve in my body tightened. "What does that mean?" Before he could answer, I heard footsteps crunching through snow beyond the clearing. Several pairs, slow, steady, approaching together. The old man's expression changed instantly. Fear, real fear. He stood quickly despite his age and looked toward the trees. "They found you sooner than I thought." The footsteps continued getting closer. I stood up immediately. Shapes moved faintly between the pines now. Tall figures walking slowly toward the firelight. And then, from somewhere deep in the forest, voices began whispering names again. Only this time, they were all whispering mine. The first tape almost made me stop cleaning the attic entirely. Not because of what was on it, because of the handwriting. Black Pine, November 14, 1987. The words were written in thick black marker across the side of an old cassette tape. Underneath that, in smaller shaky letters, my uncle had written, "Do not record over." I remember sitting cross-legged on the dusty attic floor staring at it, while rain hit the roof above me. The attic smelled like wet cardboard and old wood. Boxes surrounded me in every direction after 3 straight days of cleaning out the house. My Uncle Walter had died 2 weeks earlier. Heart attack, according to the neighbors. They found him alone in the kitchen. The weird part wasn't his death. It was how he lived before it. Walter barely spoke to anyone during the last 10 years of his life. No wife, no kids, no visitors. And despite living only 3 hours away from me, I'd seen him maybe 4 times since childhood. Most of what I remembered about him involved silence. Long, uncomfortable silence. The kind where somebody looked distracted even while talking directly to you. Still, he left the house to me, which was why I spent my weekend digging through 40 years of junk in his attic during a thunderstorm. At first, I almost tossed the cassette aside with the other garbage. Then I noticed the box. A long cardboard box hidden beneath an old blanket near the wall. Inside sat dozens of tapes, every single one labeled Black Pine. Different dates, different years. Some labels included extra notes. The VOICES again. Don't listen after dark. Lake recording. And one that made my stomach tight immediately. They know my name now. I stared at the tapes for a long moment while thunder rolled outside. My uncle had never seemed religious or paranoid when I knew him. Quiet, yes. Strange sometimes. But these labels felt different. Obsessive. Fearful. I picked up another tape carefully. Black Pine, January 3, 1994. The handwriting looked shakier than the others, like his hands trembled while writing it. Then I noticed something else. Every tape had been replayed countless times. The labels were worn thin around the edges. Walter hadn't just recorded these. He listened to them over and over again. A sudden loud creak echoed somewhere downstairs. I froze automatically. The house settled constantly because of age, but for some reason that sound hit differently. The attic suddenly felt colder. Rain hammered harder against the roof. I looked around the dim space filled with shadows and dusty furniture, then laughed quietly at myself. I was tired. That was all. Still, instead of throwing the tapes away, I carried the whole box downstairs. Walter's old cassette player still sat in the living room beside his recliner. The house looked almost untouched since the day he died. Reading glasses still on the side table. Half-finished crossword puzzle. Blankets folded perfectly over the chair. It felt less like someone had died there, and more like someone had stepped outside for a minute. The storm outside darkened the windows while I pushed the first tape into the player. Static hissed softly through the speakers. Then came my uncle's voice. "This is Walter Green, October 17th, 1987. His voice sounded younger than I remembered. Calmer too. "I'm recording this because I need proof later. If I don't record it, I start believing I imagined it." A long silence followed. I heard wind blowing somewhere through the tape. Then distant water. Lake water, maybe. "I came back to Black Pine tonight," he continued quietly. "I don't know why, maybe because I still hear them sometimes." My stomach tightened immediately. The audio crackled badly for a few seconds. Then another sound appeared faintly in the background. Voices. Soft voices. Too distorted to understand clearly. Walter lowered his own voice after that. "They start after midnight, same as always." More silence. Then suddenly, a woman's voice whispered something sharply through the tape. I jumped so hard, I nearly knocked over the cassette player. The voice sounded incredibly close to the microphone. Too close. Walter inhaled sharply on the recording. "You hear that?" he whispered. The tape crackled again. And then came something that made cold spread slowly through my chest. The woman whispered my uncle's name. Walter. Soft. Drawn out. Almost affectionate. The tape stopped abruptly after that. I sat frozen in the recliner staring at the cassette player while rain hammered the windows harder outside. Part of me wanted to stop immediately. But another part, the stronger part, needed to know what the hell Black Pine was. I searched the attic again for almost an hour after that. Eventually, I found a newspaper clipping hidden inside an old hunting magazine. Local hikers still missing after Black Pine search. The article dated back to 1989. 3 college students vanished near Black Pine Lake after a camping trip. Search teams found abandoned tents but no bodies. My chest tightened, immediately remembering the tape labels. The lake. The voices. Then I found another clipping. Family of missing fisherman DMNDS. New investigation. Then another. Then another. Every article mentioned disappearances near the same area. Black Pine Lake. Black Pine Road. Black Pine Forest. And my uncle had apparently spent years recording something out there. Thunder shook the house again. The power flickered briefly overhead. I looked toward the dark hallway leading deeper into the house. And for one strange second, I thought I heard whispering. Very faint, almost hidden beneath the storm. I grabbed another tape immediately. Black Pine, August 9, 1998. This recording sounded different from the start. Walter was breathing hard, terrified. "If somebody finds these tapes," he whispered, "don't go looking for the cabin." My pulse quickened instantly. "There is no cabin on any map. That's important. You understand me. If you find it, you've already stayed too long." A loud cracking noise echoed through the tape. Fire maybe. Then came distant voices, whispering over each other. Multiple voices now. Men, women, children, all speaking too softly to understand. Walter sounded close to panic. They repeat names first. That's how it starts. Something heavy moved in the background recording. Footsteps. Slow footsteps crunching through snow. Then Walter whispered something that made my skin crawl completely. They followed me home. The tape cut off there. Silence filled the living room afterward. Only rain and thunder outside. I realized my hands were shaking. Not because the recording sounded fake. Because they didn't. Nothing about Walter's fear sounded performed. It sounded exhausted, real, like a man slowly losing a battle he'd been fighting for years. I looked toward the hallway again. The house suddenly felt wrong now. Too quiet between thunder. Too dark around the corners. I don't know what made me stand up. Maybe instinct. Maybe paranoia from the tapes. But I walked slowly toward the hallway and stopped beside the kitchen entrance. The back door stood slightly open. Cold rain air drifted inside. I knew for a fact I'd locked that door earlier. Every light in the kitchen remained off. Darkness filled the room beyond the doorway. Then lightning flashed outside. For half a second, the yard behind the house lit up bright white. And standing near the tree line, I saw someone wearing a dark coat staring directly at the house. I slammed the back door, shut so hard the glass rattled. By the time I turned the lock and looked outside again, the figure near the trees was gone. Rain crashed against the yard in heavy sheets now. Wind bent the branches violently back and forth while darkness swallowed everything beyond the porch light. Nobody stood there anymore. But I knew what I saw. A person, tall, still, watching the house. My heart pounded hard enough to hurt. I checked every room after that. Closets, bathroom, basement, even under the beds like a paranoid kid. Nothing. The house stayed empty, except for the sound of the storm outside. Still, I couldn't relax. Every shadow suddenly looked deeper than before. Every creak in the walls made me stop breathing for a second. And sitting there in my dead uncle's living room beside a pile of tapes labeled Black Pine, I started realizing Walter might not have been crazy. Around midnight, the rain finally weakened. I made coffee mostly to stay awake. The kitchen lights buzzed softly overhead while I stared at the cassette tapes spread across the table. There were at least 40 of them total. Some looked older than others. A few were damaged badly from moisture. But one tape stood out immediately. Black Pine Tape 7. No date. Just that. The number 7 had been underlined 3 times. For some reason, my stomach tightened the second I picked it up. The plastic felt colder than the others. I wish I'd stopped there. Instead, I carried it into the living room and pushed play. Static hissed through the speakers immediately. Heavy static. Then came a different voice. Not Walter. Male. Older. Professional. This is Ranger Elias Mercer, June 11th, 1989. Papers shuffled faintly in the background. This recording documents the 4th disappearance near Black Pine Road in the last 8 months. My pulse quickened instantly. The voice sounded calm at first. Official, like somebody recording evidence. State police believe the missing hikers likely wandered into unstable terrain near the lake, the ranger continued. But none of the search teams can explain the campsites. A long pause followed. Then I heard another voice quietly asking something in the background. The ranger answered softly. No bodies yet. The tape crackled badly for several seconds. Then footsteps echoed somewhere outside the original recording. Crunching snow, even though the ranger had recorded this in June. That detail hit me immediately. The ranger noticed it too. You hear that? He whispered. Silence followed. Then came the footsteps again. Slow, steady, moving around whoever held the recorder. The ranger's breathing changed slightly after that. Less calm now. I'm currently near mile marker 14 off Black Pine Road, he said quietly. There shouldn't be anyone else out here tonight. The footsteps stopped. Complete silence filled the tape. Then another voice suddenly spoke very softly beside the microphone. Don't look toward the trees. I nearly dropped the cassette player. The whisper sounded unbelievably clear, close enough to feel human breath behind it. The ranger inhaled sharply. "Who's there?" No answer. Only wind now. Then slowly, more voices appeared in the background. Weak whispering overlapping together. Too many voices to count. The ranger started breathing harder. "If somebody finds this recording," he whispered, "the stories about Black Pine are true." Static burst violently across the tape. Then the audio returned suddenly louder. The ranger sounded frightened now. Really frightened. "We found another campsite today. 3 tents beside the lake. Food still warm, fire still burning." My chest tightened. The same campsite. The same missing campers from the newspaper clipping. "The weird part," he continued shakily, "is the footprints." A loud crack echoed through the recording. Maybe ice breaking. Maybe wood snapping. The ranger kept talking quickly after that. "There are dozens of tracks around the tents, bare feet, children's footprints, some leading into the lake." I stared at the cassette player without moving. Every hair on my arm stood up. Then the ranger said something that made my stomach twist hard. "None of the tracks lead back out." Thunder rumbled faintly outside Walter's house. The tape hissed softly for several seconds. Then another voice appeared. Female this time. Crying quietly. "Please don't leave me here." The ranger whispered something I couldn't understand. Then came running footsteps. Vast, panicked, branches snapping. The recorder bounced violently as he moved. "Oh God," the ranger gasped. "They're following the sound." The tape distorted again. But beneath the static, I heard it. Dozens of whispers repeating over each other. Names. Different names. Over and over. Like people searching through a crowd. Then suddenly, one voice became clear. "Elias." The ranger stopped moving instantly. Silence. His breathing shook badly now. Then he whispered something so quietly I almost missed it. "That's my wife's voice." A deep dread settled into my chest. The ranger's wife had apparently died years earlier. I don't know how I knew that. Maybe because of the way he said it. Not surprised. Broken. Like hearing her voice terrified him more than anything else on that tape. The whispers grew louder afterward. More desperate. More emotional. "Elias, please, come back." Then came another sound beneath them. Water. Slow-moving water. The ranger spoke again, barely above a whisper now. "I can see people standing in the lake." I felt cold spread through my body instantly. The tape crackled sharply. "They're not moving," he continued. "They're just standing there looking toward shore." A horrible scraping noise echoed suddenly across the recording. Like wood dragging across concrete. The ranger gasped. Then the fear in his voice changed completely. Not confusion anymore. Recognition. "No." The whispers stopped instantly. Complete silence. And then, a new voice spoke directly into the microphone. Not loud. Not angry. Calm. Almost gentle. "We finally found you." The tape ended right there. The player clicked softly in the silence afterward. I realized I hadn't moved for several minutes. The coffee in my hand had gone cold. Rain tapped softly against the windows now, while the house settled around me. But something felt different after hearing tape 7. The fear no longer felt distant. Before, Black Pine sounded like an old mystery trapped inside recordings. Now it felt alive. Closer somehow. I rubbed my face, slowly trying to think clearly. Then I noticed something strange. The cassette player still hissed softly, even though the tape had ended. Static continued leaking through the speaker. At first, I thought the machine was malfunctioning. Then I heard whispering buried beneath the hiss. Very faint, almost impossible to hear. I leaned closer without realizing it. The whispers slowly became clearer. Not random voices anymore. One voice, male, weak, repeating something over and over. I turned the volume higher. My blood went cold instantly. The voice wasn't on the tape. It was coming live through the speaker, and it was saying my name. The breathing started before midnight. At first, Ranger Mercer thought it was the wind pushing through the gaps in the old station walls. That's what he told himself on the tape anyway. But the sound kept changing. Wind didn't breathe slowly against windows. Wind didn't stop when someone spoke. And wind definitely didn't move from one side of a building to the other. I sat frozen in Walter's living room while tape 8 turned softly inside the cassette player. Outside, rainwater dripped from the roof in slow, steady taps. Inside, Mercer's tired voice filled the darkness. This is Elias Mercer, October 3rd, 1989. Paper rustled near the microphone. I'm recording this because I haven't slept properly in 4 nights. He sounded weaker than before, like someone running out of energy. There was another sound too. Coffee shaking lightly inside a cup. Tiny nervous movements. I keep hearing someone outside the station after dark, he continued quietly. Every night around the same time. A long silence followed. Then Mercer laughed softly. Not because something was funny. Because he was trying to convince himself he still had control. At first, I thought it was an animal. Something creaked loudly in the background of the recording. Mercer stopped talking instantly. I could hear him listening. Then slowly, 3 soft knocks tapped somewhere outside his station. Knock, 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 not loud. Patient. Mercer lowered his voice. There it is again. My skin prickled immediately. The tape hissed softly while footsteps crossed the ranger station floorboards. A chair scraped. Then another sound appeared faintly through the recording. Breathing. Slow breathing. Close to the microphone now. Mercer whispered carefully. There's nobody scheduled anywhere near Black Pine tonight. Another silence. Then the breathing stopped completely. Mercer exhaled shakily. I checked outside earlier, he said. Found footprints under the north window. The tape crackled. They were barefoot. I leaned closer without meaning to. Mercer opened a drawer somewhere nearby. Metal clicked softly. Probably a revolver. You know the strange part, he whispered. The tape suddenly distorted for half a second. Then his voice returned quieter than before. The footprints only appeared after sunset. A cold feeling crawled through my chest. The ranger continued. No tracks leading in, no tracks leading away, just footprints standing beneath the window. Something brushed softly across the outside wall. Mercer froze again. I could hear his breathing quicken. Then came the sound that truly unsettled me. A faint whistle. Low. Broken. Like somebody trying to remember a song. Mercer whispered immediately. That same tune again. He sounded terrified of it. Not startled. Not confused. Terrified. The whistle drifted slowly across the recording, moving around the station. Closer, then farther away again, like somebody circling the building in darkness. Mercer spoke softly into the recorder. I heard this tune near Black Pine Lake last winter, after the Cooper family disappeared. The whistle stopped instantly. Dead silence filled the tape. Then came a single creak from directly outside the station door. Mercer inhaled sharply. Somebody's there. The next few seconds felt endless. No movement. No sound. Then slowly, someone knocked again. 3 soft knocks. Patient, careful, almost polite. Mercer stood up quickly. His chair crashed backward behind him. Who is it? Nothing answered. Mercer moved toward the door slowly. Floorboards creaked beneath each step. The tape recorder brushed against fabric as he carried it. Then he stopped moving. I realized he was looking through the small window beside the door. His breathing became shallow immediately. "Oh God," he whispered. My stomach tightened hard. The ranger backed away slowly. Fast breathing filled the tape now. "She's back." A woman's voice suddenly spoke from outside. "Soft. Weak. Please let me in." I felt ice move through my chest. The voice sounded distant and wet somehow, like someone speaking through water. Mercer whispered quickly into the recorder. "That's not her." The woman spoke again. "Elias, I'm cold." Mercer made a horrible choking sound in the back of his throat. "She died 6 years ago," he whispered. The voice outside became slightly clearer after that. "Please." Then came scratching against the door. Slow fingernails dragging softly across wood. Mercer backed farther away. I could hear panic growing in every breath. "She never called me Elias," he whispered suddenly. The scratching stopped. Dead silence. Then the woman outside spoke one final time. "Then who did?" The tape exploded with loud static. I jumped hard in Walter's living room. When the recording cleared again, Mercer was breathing heavily somewhere deeper inside the station. Maybe hiding. Maybe crouched beside a wall. Rain hammered against the station roof in the recording now. Or maybe snow. It was hard to tell. Mercer whispered carefully. I didn't open the door. Another pause. But I looked through the window. He swallowed hard. It looked exactly like her. The next few moments stayed silent, except for distant wind. Then Mercer said something that made my skin crawl. She wasn't alone. I stared into the darkness around Walter's living room. The house suddenly felt too quiet, too empty. Mercer continued speaking softly. There were people standing behind her in the trees. A branch cracked faintly somewhere outside the ranger station. I counted 7 at first. The tape hissed. Then more appeared. I realized my hands were shaking. Mercer kept whispering like he was afraid they might hear him through the walls. They weren't moving right, he said, just standing there facing the station. Thunder rolled outside Walter's house. The cassette player crackled softly. Then Mercer whispered something else. They all looked wet. The breathing returned suddenly on the tape. Closer than before. Not outside now. Inside the station. Mercer heard it too. His breathing stopped completely. Then came soft footsteps somewhere behind him. One step. Another. Slow. Heavy. Mercer whispered shakily. No. The footsteps stopped. A man's voice spoke quietly from inside the station. You shouldn't listen to the road after dark. Mercer gasped violently. Something crashed over in the recording. Furniture, maybe. The recorder bounced hard against the floor while Mercer stumbled backward. Then came running footsteps. A door slammed. Mercer breathed heavily now. Wind roared louder around him. He was outside. I locked myself in the storage shed, he whispered desperately. The rain in the recording sounded freezing cold now. Or maybe sleet. I could hear it striking metal overhead. Mercer kept talking fast. I checked every room before sunset. Nobody else was inside. A loud thump hit the shed door. Mercer stopped breathing again. Another thump followed, slower this time. Then a familiar whistle drifted softly through the storm outside. The same broken tune. Mercer sounded close to panic now. They know my name. Another thump. Harder. The metal door rattled violently. Then silence. Complete silence. Mercer whispered carefully. I think they want me to come outside willingly. The tape crackled softly. Then Mercer said something that stayed with me long after the recording ended. I don't think black pine kills people. A long pause followed. Then he whispered, I think it keeps them. The whistle outside the shed stopped instantly. Mercer noticed too, because his breathing suddenly changed, like he'd realized something horrible. Then came a new sound. Soft footsteps crunching slowly through gravel, moving away from the shed. Mercer waited several seconds before speaking again. I think they're leading me somewhere. The footsteps continued. Slow, patient, like whoever walked outside knew Mercer would eventually follow. Then another voice whispered faintly through the storm. Not close. Farther away now. Come see. Mercer made a frightened sound under his breath. The footsteps kept moving deeper into the darkness outside. And after several long seconds, Mercer followed them. I almost didn't play the last tape. By then it was nearly 4 in the morning. The storm outside had finally passed, but the house felt worse without it. Too quiet. Every room around me sat buried in darkness, while Walter's old clock ticked softly somewhere deeper in the house. I kept thinking about the voice that spoke through the cassette player earlier. The one that whispered my name. I told myself it had to be radio interference. Old speakers picking up random signals. That explanation sounded reasonable for maybe 5 seconds. Then I looked at the final cassette, lying alone beside the player. Black Pine final recording. No number. No date. Just those words scratched across faded tape. The cassette looked damaged, like someone had gripped it too hard over and over again. For a while, I simply stared at it. Part of me wanted to leave. Drive back home before sunrise. Forget every recording. Forget Black Pine entirely. But another part of me needed answers now. Needed to know what happened to Ranger Mercer. Needed to know why Walter kept these tapes hidden in his attic for decades. And most of all, I needed to know why something in those recordings already knew my name. My hands shook slightly as I pushed the tape into the player. For several seconds, nothing happened except static. Then Mercer's voice returned. Weak. Exhausted. This may be the last entry. The fear in his voice hit me immediately. Not panic anymore. Something worse. Acceptance. Wind roared loudly through the recording. Mercer sounded out of breath, like he'd been walking a long time. I followed them deeper into the forest, he whispered. Branches cracked beneath his boots somewhere in the darkness around him. The footsteps stopped an hour ago. The tape hissed softly, but I can still hear the knocking. I frowned slightly. Then I heard it too. Very faint. Knock, 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 far away through the trees. Wood striking wood. Steady, patient. Mercer kept moving. I could hear snow crunching beneath each step. His breathing sounded raw from cold air. The strange thing is, he whispered carefully. The sound keeps changing direction. The knocking came again. Closer now. 3 slow knocks echoing through the forest. Mercer stopped walking. I realized even the wind had gone quiet around him. Then he whispered something barely audible. There's a cabin out here. A cold feeling spread slowly through my chest. Mercer swallowed hard before continuing. There shouldn't be anything this deep in Black Pine. The knocking came again. Louder. Knock. 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 Mercer moved closer. Branches scraped against his coat. Then suddenly, the tape distorted violently for a second. When the sound cleared, Mercer had stopped moving completely. "Oh God," he whispered. I leaned closer to the speaker. Mercer sounded terrified. Not because he found the cabin. Because he recognized it. "I've seen this place before." The tape crackled softly. "In dreams." The knocking stopped. Silence filled the recording again. Then Mercer spoke more quietly than ever before. "The windows are glowing." I felt my stomach tighten. He continued, "But there's no power line anywhere near here." A long pause followed. Then came a new sound. Soft movement inside the cabin. Floorboards creaking faintly. Mercer whispered shakily, "Someone's inside." Wind moved through the trees again. Low and hollow. The ranger stepped closer slowly. Snow crunched beneath his boots. Then suddenly, a woman laughed softly inside the cabin. Not loud. Not evil. Just familiar. Like hearing an old memory through a wall. Mercer stopped breathing for a moment. "That's her again." His voice cracked badly this time. "My wife." The front door of the cabin creaked open slowly in the recording. I could hear hinges groaning. Then silence. Mercer whispered something under his breath. I think he prayed. The tape hissed heavily for several seconds afterward. Then Mercer entered the cabin. Floorboards groaned beneath his steps. A fire crackled softly somewhere inside. The ranger's breathing became shallow immediately. "No," he whispered. "No, no, no." Something about the way he said it made my chest hurt. Like he'd found something impossible. Mercer moved deeper into the cabin slowly. Then he finally explained. "There are photographs everywhere." Paper rustled softly nearby. "Missing persons." Another pause. "The campers." His breathing shook harder now. "The Cooper family." He turned another page. "The Miller boy from '83." Another page. "The hikers." The tape crackled softly. Then Mercer whispered the words that truly unsettled me. "They're all smiling." I stared into the darkness around Walter's living room. The house suddenly felt smaller somehow. Like the walls had shifted closer while I listened. Mercer continued moving through the cabin. Floorboards creaked softly beneath him. Then he stopped again. "There's another room." A faint knocking echoed somewhere deeper inside the cabin. 3 slow knocks. Mercer followed the sound carefully. His breathing grew more uneven with every step. Then he froze completely. I knew something waited on the other side of that door. I could feel it. Mercer whispered slowly. "There are names carved into the walls." Another pause. "My name is here." The tape hissed violently. Then a new voice spoke for the first time. "Male. Old. Calm. You took long enough." Mercer stumbled backward hard. Furniture crashed loudly nearby. "Who are you?" he shouted. The old man answered softly. "Caretaker." A horrible silence followed. Then Mercer whispered, "How many people are here?" The old man laughed quietly. Not cruel, almost sad. You still think this place is empty. The knocking started again, this time from beneath the floorboards. Knock, knock, knock. Mercer breathed rapidly now. The old man continued speaking calmly. They hear new voices and become excited. The knocking spread through the cabin slowly. Different walls, different floors, different rooms, like dozens of hands tapping from inside the structure itself. Mercer backed away. I could hear terror taking over him completely now. Then the old man asked something softly. Did the road call your name too? Mercer didn't answer. The knocking grew louder, faster, more desperate. Knock, knock, knock. Mercer turned suddenly and started running. The recorder bounced violently while he crashed through the cabin. The old man shouted after him, "Don't go near the final cabin." Mercer slammed through the front door into the storm outside. Wind roared across the tape immediately. He kept running blindly through snow and trees. Branches snapped around him. His breathing sounded ragged and broken now. Then suddenly, the knocking returned again, but not behind him. Ahead of him. Mercer slowed down, confused, terrified. The tape crackled violently. Then Mercer whispered, "There's another cabin." I felt my entire body go cold. A second cabin stood somewhere deeper in black pine, hidden beyond the first one. The ranger moved toward it slowly despite the fear in his voice, like something pulled him closer. The knocking inside this cabin sounded weaker somehow, almost pleading. Mercer stepped onto a wooden porch. Boards creaked beneath his weight. Then he stopped moving completely. "Oh God!" The tape hissed softly. "There are no windows." A long silence followed. Then Mercer whispered something else. "There's blood on the door." My heart pounded painfully hard now. The ranger reached toward the handle. And suddenly, another voice spoke directly beside the recorder, so close it nearly made me jerk backward. "Don't let them open it." Mercer gasped violently. I recognized the voice immediately. Ranger Mercer himself. Older, weak, like hearing a dying man whisper through years of static. The younger Mercer stumbled backward in confusion. "What?" The older voice returned softly. "If they knock 3 times, run." Then came the loudest sound yet. 3 massive knocks exploded from inside the cabin. Boom, boom, boom. Mercer screamed. The tape distorted violently. Wood cracked somewhere inside the cabin. Then dozens of voices began whispering all at once beneath the static. Crying, laughing, begging, screaming. The sound became unbearable. And through all that noise, one final whisper reached the microphone clearly. "Don't ever let it hear your name." The recording cut off instantly. The cassette player clicked softly in the darkness. Silence filled Walter's living room again. But not completely, because somewhere upstairs, 3 slow knocks echoed through the house. The first thing my daughter asked when we reached the cabin was why the trees looked dead. I remember that clearly because, at the time, I almost laughed. Kids notice strange things adults ignore. The trees weren't dead. Not really. But they did look wrong somehow. Tall black pines crowded together so tightly that barely any sunlight touched the ground beneath them. Their branches twisted over the road like thin fingers locking together overhead. Even in daylight, Black Pine Road looked dark. My wife noticed it too. She stared quietly through the passenger window, while our moving truck bounced over cracked gravel deeper into the woods. "You sure this is the right place?" she asked softly. I checked the paper map again, even though I already knew it was. There hadn't been a single road sign for almost 20 minutes. No houses, no stores, nothing except endless forest and old telephone poles leaning slightly toward the trees. "GPS died 5 miles back," I muttered. That didn't help her mood. In the backseat, Ellie pressed her face against the window, watching the woods slide past. She was only 9, but kids understand stress better than adults think. She'd heard enough arguments over bills during the last year. Enough late-night talks after we thought she was asleep. Enough words like foreclosure and debt and final notice. That cabin was supposed to fix everything, or at least buy us time. The listing had sounded too good to be real. 3-bedroom cabin, private land, lake nearby, cheap, very cheap. I should have understood why immediately. Instead, I saw opportunity. Fresh air, silence, a reset. That's the dangerous thing about desperation. It makes bad places look hopeful. We reached the property near sunset. The cabin stood at the end of a narrow dirt driveway hidden behind thick pine trees. At first glance, it actually looked beautiful in a sad, lonely kind of way. Dark wood siding, stone chimney, small porch swing moving slightly in the wind. For one brief moment, I honestly believed we made the right choice. Then Ellie quietly asked, "Why are there boards on the upstairs windows?" My stomach tightened slightly. I hadn't noticed them before. 3 second-floor windows had been nailed shut from the inside. The wood looked old, weathered, like it had stayed there for years. "Probably storm damage," I said quickly. My wife looked at me. She knew I was guessing. Still, neither of us wanted to start another argument in front of Ellie. So we unloaded the truck in silence, while evening settled deeper into the trees around us. The forest stayed strangely quiet the entire time. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just wind moving slowly through the pine branches overhead. After dark, that silence became worse, heavier somehow. The cabin creaked constantly as temperatures dropped outside. Pipes knocked softly inside the walls. Old wood groaned beneath every step. Normal sounds. But in that place, every noise felt important. Like the house was listening to itself breathe. Ellie tried pretending she liked the cabin. I could tell. She carried boxes into her new room and talked excitedly about decorating the walls. But later that night, while we unpacked the kitchen, she quietly pulled my sleeve. "Dad, yeah." She looked toward the dark hallway behind us. "Who lives in the other cabin?" A cold feeling passed through me immediately. "What other cabin?" She frowned. "The one in the trees." My wife stopped unpacking. I forced a smile. "There's no other cabin out there." Ellie looked confused now. I saw lights. For a second, nobody spoke. Wind brushed softly against the windows. Then my wife laughed nervously. "Probably reflections, honey." Ellie didn't answer. She just looked back toward the dark woods outside the kitchen window. That night became the first night none of us slept properly. At around 2 in the morning, I woke suddenly to the sound of footsteps outside. Slow crunching sounds moving through gravel near the porch. At first, I thought someone had followed us from town. Maybe hunters. Maybe a neighbor. I got out of bed carefully and walked toward the living room window. The cabin felt freezing cold. When I pulled the curtain aside, I saw nothing except darkness and trees moving gently in the wind. But the footsteps stopped the exact second I looked outside. That bothered me more than hearing them. I stayed there for almost a minute staring into the woods. Then I noticed something strange near the edge of the property. A light, very faint, warm yellow light flickering between the trees. Too steady to be headlights, too low to be stars. The other cabin. My chest tightened. Ellie had really seen something. I almost woke my wife then. Instead, I kept watching. The light disappeared after a few seconds. Just gone, like someone blew out a candle deep in the woods. I didn't sleep after that. The next morning, things felt better for a little while. Sunlight made the cabin seem smaller, less threatening. My wife even smiled while making coffee. For a few hours, we acted almost normal again. We unpacked clothes, set up Ellie's room, talked about painting the porch in spring. That brief calm probably saved us from leaving immediately. If the strange things had started faster, we might have driven away before it became too late. Around noon, I decided to check the property lines alone, mostly to clear my head. The woods behind the cabin stretched endlessly in every direction. Pine needles covered the ground in thick, dark layers that muffled my footsteps completely. After maybe 10 minutes of walking, I found something odd. An old tire swing hanging from a tree. The rope looked fresh. Not old. Not rotting. Fresh. The swing moved slowly back and forth, despite the air being completely still. I stopped walking immediately. That's when I noticed the footprints. Small ones, child-sized, pressed into the mud nearby. Ellie's boots were inside the cabin, and these prints looked barefoot. I stared at them for several seconds before realizing something worse. The tracks didn't come from anywhere. They simply began near the tree. A cluster of footprints standing beneath the swing, then leading deeper into the woods. I followed them farther than I should have, just long enough to see where they ended. At a rusted wire fence hidden between the trees. Beyond the fence stood another cabin. Small, dark, half hidden by forest. My breathing slowed immediately. Ellie had been right. The cabin looked abandoned at first glance. No smoke, no movement, but something felt wrong about it. The front door stood slightly open, and hanging beside the porch was another tire swing, this one moving gently too, even though the air stayed perfectly still. I should have left immediately. Instead, I stepped closer to the fence. That's when I saw someone watching me through the cabin window. Not moving, just standing there in darkness. Tall, thin, a face barely visible behind dusty glass. I stumbled backward instantly. The figure vanished the second I moved. My heart pounded painfully hard while I stared at the cabin again. Nothing, no movement, no sound. I told myself it was stress, exhaustion, my brain turning shadows into people. Then I noticed something hanging from the fence directly in front of me. A wooden sign. The words had faded badly with age, but I could still read them. Final property, do not enter after dark. Below that, someone had carved another message by hand. They knock 89. I walked back to our cabin faster than I'd ever admit to my family. The entire way back, I kept feeling like someone moved between the trees beside me. Never close enough to see clearly, just enough to make me keep turning around. When I finally reached the cabin, Ellie stood alone on the porch swing. She looked nervous. Mom asking where you were. I nodded distractedly. Then Ellie asked something quietly. Did you find the people in the woods? Every muscle in my body tightened. What people? She looked toward the trees again. the ones outside my window last night. The first time my son mentioned the knocking under the floor, I thought he was trying to avoid unpacking boxes. We had only been in the cabin for 4 days. 4 cold, quiet days buried deep in the woods off Black Pine Road. The kind of place where the trees stood too close together. The kind of place where sound carried strangely at night. Sometimes I would hear branches creaking outside and swear somebody was slowly walking around the house. But every time I looked out the window, there was nothing there except snow and trees. "Dad," Ethan whispered that morning while eating cereal at the kitchen table. "Someone under us." I barely looked up from my coffee. "Nobody under the cabin, buddy." "Yes, there is." His spoon stopped moving. His eyes stayed fixed on the floorboards beneath his chair. "He knocks 3 times. The way he said it made my stomach tighten a little. "Not scared?" "Certain." My wife Rachel noticed it too. I could tell from the way she glanced at me over her coffee mug. Kids imagine things, especially after moving somewhere new, especially after losing friends, schools, routines, everything familiar. That was what I kept telling myself. Still, later that afternoon, I found myself standing in the hallway staring at the basement door. The chain wrapped around it looked old, rusted, thick. A heavy padlock hung at the center. I remembered the previous owner mentioning it during the sale. "Basement floods sometimes," he'd said quickly. "Easier to keep it sealed." At the time, I hadn't cared. The cabin had been cheap enough that a family drowning in bills could still afford it. That was the only thing that mattered back then. Now, standing there in the dim hallway light, I realized something strange. The dust around the basement door had been disturbed. Tiny footprints. "Ethan." I turned and found him standing behind me silently. His face looked pale in the low light. "You told me not to go near it," he said softly. "I did. I didn't touch it." I nodded slowly. "Okay." But it was making noise again. A cold feeling slid down my back. "What kind of noise?" He swallowed, like somebody scratching wood. That night the wind got worse. The whole cabin groaned with it. Old wood creaked above us, while snow tapped softly against the windows. Rachel fell asleep early beside me, exhausted from unpacking all day. But I stayed awake. I kept listening. At first, all I heard was the storm. Then sometime after midnight, I heard it. 3 knocks. Slow, heavy, directly beneath the floor. My eyes opened instantly. I held my breath. Another 3 knocks came a few seconds later. Not pipes, not branches. It sounded deliberate. I carefully sat up in bed. The room felt colder than before. Beside me, Rachel still slept peacefully. Then I heard something else. A faint dragging sound. Underneath the cabin. Moving slowly. I climbed out of bed quietly and grabbed the flashlight from the dresser. Every floorboard creaked as I walked into the hallway. The basement door sat at the end like a black shape waiting for me. The chain rattled softly. I froze. For one horrible second, I thought somebody was trying to open it from the inside. But then the sound stopped. Silence flooded the hallway again. I stepped closer carefully. The flashlight trembled slightly in my hand. That was when I noticed fresh marks on the wood. Long scratch marks. Like fingernails. I crouched down slowly. The scratches looked recent. Too recent. Then something hit the door once from the other side. Hard. I stumbled backward so fast my shoulder slammed into the wall. My heart started pounding. No sound came after that. Nothing. Just silence again. The kind of silence that makes your ears ring. I stood there for nearly a minute before finally backing away toward the bedroom. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I convinced myself there had to be a logical explanation. Animals, maybe. The cabin sat in deep forest. Raccoons, coyotes, hell, maybe even a bear had gotten underneath somehow. That explanation sounded weak even in my own head. But it was better than the alternative. At breakfast, Ethan barely touched his food. Dark circles sat under his eyes. "You heard it too," he whispered without looking up. Rachel frowned. "Heard what?" Before I could answer, Ethan looked toward the hallway. The crying. Every muscle in my body tightened. Rachel laughed nervously. "Okay, no more scary stories before bed." "I'm serious," Ethan said. His voice cracked slightly. "She cries under the floor." The room went completely still. Rachel looked at me again. This time her expression had changed. That evening, while Rachel drove into town for groceries, I decided to finally inspect the basement. I told myself I needed to prove nothing was down there. That was all. Just proof. The chain felt freezing cold in my hands. The metal squealed loudly as I unlocked it. Ethan stood nearby watching silently. "Go to your room," I told him. He didn't move. "Dad, it's fine. But if the door opens, she'll hear us." I stared at him. "What does that mean?" He shook his head slowly. "She doesn't like loud people." A deep chill spread through my chest. I opened the basement door before I could change my mind. A horrible smell drifted upward instantly. Wet wood. Rot. Something older underneath it. The flashlight beam disappeared into darkness below. Narrow wooden steps descended into blackness. The air felt strangely warm down there compared to the rest of the cabin. That bothered me immediately. I started down slowly. Each stair groaned beneath my weight. Halfway down, I noticed something strange carved into the walls beside the staircase. Names. Dozens of them. Some faded. Some fresh. My flashlight passed over them one by one. Megan. Paul. Derek. Lena. Dates beside each name. Years stretching back decades. My mouth went dry. At the bottom of the stairs, the basement opened into a low dirt room. The ceiling was barely high enough to stand upright. Old shelves lined the walls. Most were empty, but in the far corner sat a small wooden chair facing the wall. I stared at it for a long moment. The basement felt wrong. Not abandoned. Occupied. Like somebody had just stepped out moments ago. Then I noticed the sound. Breathing. Soft. Slow. Very close. I swung the flashlight around violently. Nothing. The beam shook across dirt walls and hanging cobwebs. The breathing stopped. My pulse hammered inside my ears now. I turned toward the stairs immediately. That was when the flashlight landed on something near the chair. A child's shoe. Small. Covered in dirt. Beside it sat another tiny object. A red hair ribbon. Rachel's face flashed into my mind instantly. Our daughter Lily had a ribbon exactly like that. Ice flooded my body. I grabbed the ribbon with trembling fingers. Still damp. Fresh. "Dad." The voice came from upstairs. "Ethan." But something about it sounded wrong. Too quiet. Too flat. Then came another sound from behind me. A soft movement in the darkness. I spun around fast. The flashlight beam landed on the far wall. For half a second, I saw someone standing there. Tall, thin, pale face. Then the light flickered, and the figure vanished. I backed toward the stairs so quickly I nearly fell. The whole basement suddenly felt alive around me. The air shifted. The dirt floor creaked softly. Another breath echoed somewhere behind me. Closer this time. I ran upstairs and slammed the basement door, shut hard enough to shake the walls. Ethan stood at the top of the hallway staring at me. His face looked empty. "Did you see her?" he asked softly. I grabbed his shoulders. "Where's your sister?" His eyes slowly moved toward the living room. Lily sat on the couch coloring quietly. "Safe." Relief crashed through me, so hard my knees nearly gave out. But then Lily looked up at me and smiled strangely, not like herself. Then she said something in a tiny whisper that made my blood turn cold. She said we were supposed to stay downstairs. I first noticed the old man standing between the trees 3 days after we opened the basement. At first, I thought he was part of the forest, just another dark shape buried among the pines. The evening light was fading outside the kitchen window while I washed dishes. Snow drifted softly across the yard. The world looked gray and still. Then the shape moved, very slowly. A man stood near the tree line, about 50 yards from the cabin. Tall, thin, wearing a heavy brown coat that hung almost to his boots. I froze with my hand still in the sink. He wasn't walking, wasn't waving. He was just watching the house. For a second, relief actually hit me. A neighbor, another human being. After everything happening inside the cabin, seeing somebody else out there almost felt comforting. But something about him felt wrong immediately. Maybe it was the distance. Maybe it was the fact that he stood perfectly still despite the cold. Or maybe it was the way he seemed to already know the cabin. Like he'd been staring at it for a long time before I noticed him. "Mark," I called softly. My husband looked up from the couch. "There's somebody outside." He walked over beside me carrying Lily in his arms. By the time he reached the window, the trees were empty again. Nobody there. "You sure?" he asked. "I saw him. Hunter, maybe." I almost agreed. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Hunters didn't stand silently watching homes at dusk. That night, the knocking under the floor returned. 3 slow knocks. Then silence. Then 3 more. Ethan sat upright in bed instantly when it started. I could hear him breathing from across the hallway. Rachel curled tighter beneath the blanket beside me. Neither of us spoke. Nobody wanted to admit we were hearing it. Around midnight, the power flickered once. Then again. The cabin lights dimmed softly before stabilizing. Outside, the woods had gone completely black. No moonlight. No wind. Nothing. Then Lily started talking in her sleep. At first it sounded normal. Tiny mumbles. Soft nonsense. But then her voice changed. Lower somehow. Calm. "She's under the stairs," she whispered. Rachel sat upright immediately. "What?" Lily's eyes stayed closed. "She doesn't want the old man to come back." A cold pressure settled into the room. I walked over carefully and touched Lily's shoulder. "Sweetheart." Her eyes opened slowly. For one horrible second, she looked confused about where she was. Then she blinked and smiled sleepily. "What?" "You were talking." "No, I was." Rachel looked at me across the darkness. Neither of us slept much after that. The next evening, I saw the old man again. Same place. Same distance. Watching the cabin from the woods. This time I grabbed my coat immediately. "Where are you going?" Mark asked. "To talk to him." Mark looked uneasy. "Maybe don't." "Why?" I don't know. That answer irritated me more than it should have. Everything about this place had started feeling strange. The basement, the noises, the kids acting differently, and now some old man hiding in the trees every evening. I needed answers from somebody. The snow crunched loudly under my boots as I crossed the yard. The cold air burned my lungs. The old man didn't move, didn't react. Even as I got closer, he just stood there silently beneath the pine branches. His face looked deeply lined. Weathered, gray stubble covered his jaw, but his eyes were what unsettled me most. They looked tired, not angry, not threatening, just exhausted. "You live around here?" I asked. He stared at me for a long moment before answering. "You shouldn't stay in that cabin." His voice sounded rough and dry, like he hadn't spoken to anyone in years. I folded my arms against the cold. "Why are you watching us?" "I'm not watching you." His eyes drifted slowly toward the house. "I'm watching her." The words landed strangely in my stomach. "Who?" He didn't answer right away. Snow drifted softly between us. Then he asked something that made my chest tighten. "Have your children started hearing things yet?" I felt my heart beat slow. "How do you know about my children?" He ignored the question completely. "Has the little boy gone near the basement?" I took a small step backward. "Who are you?" The old man looked past me again, toward the cabin windows glowing faintly through the trees. "She likes families," he whispered. "What does that mean?" "She gets lonely." A wave of fear moved quietly through me then. Not panic. Something worse. The feeling that somebody else already knew exactly what was happening to us, and had known for a very long time. "Listen," I said carefully. "If you know something about this place, just tell me." The old man's face tightened slightly. "I tried once." "Tried what?" "To tell another family." My stomach dropped. He slowly pointed toward the cabin. "They stayed through winter." The silence after that sentence felt endless. "What happened to them?" His eyes met mine again finally. "They stopped acting like themselves." The wind stirred softly through the trees around us. Somewhere deeper in the woods, something cracked loudly. The old man flinched instantly. Not startled, afraid. Then he stepped backward slowly. "You should leave before the snow gets deeper." "That's not possible," I said quickly. "We just bought this place." His expression changed when I said that. Almost pity. "That's how it keeps happening." "What keeps happening?" But he was already moving away through the trees. Not running, just disappearing quietly into the forest. "Wait." He stopped once. Without turning around, he said one final thing. "Don't let the children answer her if she calls them at night." Then he vanished completely into the woods. I stood there frozen long after he disappeared. The cold barely registered anymore. My brain kept replaying his words over and over. That's how it keeps happening. When I finally returned inside, the cabin felt different. Smaller somehow. Like the walls had moved closer together while I'd been gone. Mark looked up from the couch immediately. "What did he say?" I hesitated, because saying the words out loud would make them real. "He told us to leave." Mark's face darkened instantly. "Great." He knew about the basement. That got his attention. "What?" He asked if Ethan had gone near it. Mark slowly stood up. For a second, neither of us spoke. Then we both looked toward the hallway at the exact same time. The basement door sat there silently at the end, chain wrapped tight around it again. But something was wrong. The lock hung open. A slow chill spread through my body. "I locked that," Mark whispered. Neither of us moved. Then came a sound from upstairs. Lily laughing softly, but not normal laughter. It sounded distant, dreamy, like she was talking to somebody else. We rushed upstairs together. Lily stood alone at the end of the hallway, facing the wall. Perfectly still. "Lily," I said carefully. She didn't turn around. Her small fingers touched the wallpaper softly, like she was tracing something underneath it. Mark stepped closer. "Honey." Then she whispered something so quietly I almost missed it. "The lady says the old man lied." Every hair on my arm stood up. Lily turned around. Slowly she did. Her eyes looked unfocused, sleepy, but her smile stretched too wide across her face. "She says she used to live here before the basement got hungry." The hallway suddenly felt freezing cold. Then somewhere below us, 3 heavy knocks echoed through the cabin. Boom, boom, boom. Lily's smile faded instantly, and for the first time since we moved there. She looked terrified. The storm started just after sunset. By midnight, it sounded like the entire forest was trying to tear itself apart. Wind slammed against the cabin walls hard enough to shake the windows. Snow blasted across the roof in thick waves, while tree branches scraped endlessly against the siding. None of us were sleeping. Not after what Lily said. Not after the basement lock somehow opened itself. The 4 of us stayed together in the living room with every light turned on. Ethan sat curled beneath a blanket on the couch while Lily slept against Rachel's chest. At least I thought she was sleeping. Every few minutes, her lips moved slightly, like she was whispering to somebody in a dream. The power flickered again. The lights dimmed low enough to make shadows stretch across the walls. Then came the sound. A long breath underneath the floor. Not knocking this time. Breathing. Slow. Wet. Deep beneath us. Rachel stiffened instantly. "You hear that?" I nodded slowly. The sound came again. A horrible dragging inhale beneath the cabin foundation. Then an exhale. The wooden floor vibrated softly under our feet. Ethan looked terrified now. "That's her," he whispered. "No," I said too quickly. But my voice sounded weak even to me. Another breath rose from below us. Closer this time. The floorboards creaked softly. Not from the storm. From movement underneath. Lily's eyes suddenly opened. Wide awake. "She's trying to wake up," she whispered calmly. Rachel grabbed her tighter immediately. "What does that mean?" But Lily just stared toward the hallway. Toward the basement door. The lights flickered again. Then everything went black. The storm outside roared louder, instantly without the hum of electricity. For one awful second, nobody moved. Then Ethan started crying softly. I grabbed the flashlight from the coffee table and switched it on. The beam shook slightly in my hand. The cabin looked wrong in darkness. Smaller, older, like the shadows belonged there more than we did. Then came 3 heavy knocks from beneath the floor. Boom, boom, boom. Lily flinched hard this time. "She's angry." Rachel stood up fast. "That's it, we're leaving." "In this storm?" I asked. "Yes." Another breath echoed below us. Longer now. The floor beneath the couch groaned softly upward, like something underneath had pressed against it. Ethan scrambled off the couch immediately. "Oh my God," Rachel whispered. I moved the flashlight slowly downward. The wooden boards near the center of the room were bending slightly. Not much, just enough. like pressure from below. Then something scratched underneath. Slowly, back and forth. The sound crawled through the wood, directly beneath our feet. Lily started shaking. She knows Dad opened the door. My stomach twisted violently. Another scratch came. Closer. Then suddenly, a voice, very faint, directly beneath the floorboards. Rachel. My wife froze instantly. Every color drained from her face. No, she whispered. The voice came again. Soft, broken, sounding almost human. Rachel, help me. It sounded exactly like her younger sister, the one who died 6 years earlier. Rachel stumbled backward hard into the wall. No. Tears instantly filled her eyes. I grabbed her arm. It's not real. But even saying those words felt impossible after hearing it myself. The voice underneath gave a weak sob. Then came another breath, closer than ever now. The floor creaked upward sharply beneath the rug, like fingers pressing from underneath. Ethan screamed. The wood suddenly cracked. A thin split opened across the floorboards. Darkness moved beneath it. Not empty darkness. Something shifting. Something alive. I grabbed the kids immediately. We're leaving right now. The storm hit us like a wall the second we opened the front door. Snow blasted across the porch sideways. The trees bent violently in the wind. But something stopped me from moving farther. At first, I thought it was fear. Then I realized what I was seeing. Footprints. Fresh footprints circled the entire cabin. Dozens of them. Different sizes. Adult. Child. Barefoot. They formed endless loops around the house, disappearing into the storm. Rachel stared down at them in horror. Oh my God. Then Ethan pointed toward the trees. He's back. The old man stood near the forest again, half hidden between blowing snow and darkness. Watching us, he slowly raised one hand, not waving, warning. Then he pointed toward the cabin. A second later, we all heard it. A loud crack from inside, like heavy wood breaking apart. I turned immediately. The living room window shattered outward violently. Not from the storm, from pressure inside the cabin. Something dark moved behind the broken glass for half a second. Tall, thin, too tall for the room. Rachel screamed. The front door slammed shut behind us hard enough to shake the porch. Then came the breathing again. Not under us anymore. Inside the walls. Moving through the cabin slowly. We backed away into the snow together. The storm swallowed most sounds now except the wind. But I could still hear it. Breathing. Inside the house. Then Lily whispered something that made everything worse. She found the stairs. The old man suddenly started moving toward us through the snow. Fast despite his age. Get away from the cabin, he shouted. His voice barely carried through the storm. He reached us breathing hard. You opened the basement. How do you know what this is? I yelled. His face looked pale beneath the snow. Because my family lived there before yours. The words hit like ice water. Rachel stared at him. What happened? His eyes drifted toward the cabin. The broken window. The darkness moving faintly behind it. She takes people slowly, he whispered. First the voices, then the dreams, then the house starts changing. A loud bang echoed from inside. Something slammed against the front door once. Then again. The wood shook violently. Ethan buried his face against my coat, crying. The old man looked at me directly. You need to burn it. What? The basement. Lightning flashed across the sky suddenly, lighting up the entire clearing white. For one horrifying second, I saw movement beneath the cabin itself. Not an animal, not human, something enormous shifting under the foundation. Then darkness swallowed it again. Rachel saw it too. I could tell from the sound she made. The old man pulled a small gas can from behind a tree. I tried once before, he said shakily, but I got scared. Another slam shook the cabin door. Harder now. The breathing inside sounded excited somehow. Faster. Hungry. I looked at my children. Then at the house. The place we bought for a fresh start. The place that now felt like it had been waiting for us long before we arrived. Another voice drifted softly from inside. This time it sounded exactly like Ethan. Dad, help me. But Ethan stood beside me trembling. The old man grabbed my shoulder hard. That's how she calls people back inside. Then the front door slowly opened by itself. Darkness waited beyond it. The cabin lights flickered weakly back to life, one room at a time. Living room. Kitchen. Hallway. Finally, the basement light clicked on below the floor. A warm yellow glow rose faintly through the cracks in the wood. And then, we heard footsteps climbing slowly up the basement stairs. Not fast, not angry, patient. The old man stepped backward immediately, his face filled with terror. She's never come upstairs before. The footsteps stopped. Silence swallowed the storm for one impossible second. Then Lily looked directly at the open doorway and smiled, not like herself. The same wrong smile from before. She says we're finally home. The first abandoned car was still warm when I found it. I remember that because snow was falling hard that night. Thick flakes, the kind that swallowed sound, the kind that made the whole road feel dead. But the hood of that old blue sedan was warm under my glove. Someone had parked it on the side of Black Pine, road less than an hour earlier. And they were gone. No footprints, no blood, no tire tracks leading away. Just an empty car sitting in the middle of nowhere, with the driver's door hanging open like somebody stepped out and vanished into the dark. I stood there with my flashlight shaking slightly in my hand, while the forest watched me from both sides of the road. That was the first time I thought about turning around and going home. I should have listened to that feeling. Black Pine was a small town, one gas station, one diner, one sheriff's office with peeling paint and old coffee that tasted like burned dirt. I'd been a deputy there for almost 6 years. Nothing ever happened. Drunk drivers, hunting disputes, missing dogs. That was our excitement. So when dispatch called me around 11 that night about an abandoned vehicle near mile marker 12, I honestly thought somebody had hit a deer and walked for help. But standing there beside that warm car, I knew something was wrong. The radio on my shoulder crackled suddenly. "Walker, you there?" I flinched hard enough to almost drop the flashlight. "Yeah," I said, "I'm here." "You find the driver." I looked around again. Dark trees, falling snow, nothing else. "No," I said quietly, "nobody's here." For a second, dispatch didn't answer. Then she said something strange. "That's the third one this week." My stomach tightened. "What do you mean third one?" Another pause. "You didn't hear about the others?" "No, nobody told me." And suddenly, that bothered me more than the empty car. I swept my flashlight across the trees again. The beam caught hundreds of snowflakes twisting through the air like ash. "Walker," dispatch asked softly. "Yeah, you should probably head back." The way she said it made my chest feel cold. Not worried, not nervous, just resigned, like she already knew something I didn't. I walked closer to the sedan. The inside light was still on, keys still hanging from the ignition. There was a phone sitting in the cup holder. I picked it up. The screen was cracked, but still glowing faintly. And there was only one thing open. A voice recording. I don't know why I hit play. Maybe curiosity, maybe instinct. Static filled the speaker for a second. Then breathing. Fast breathing. A man's voice whispered through the phone. If somebody finds this, don't stop on this road. The audio crackled loudly. Then I heard knocking. 3 slow knocks. Not on a door. On glass. The man started crying quietly. Oh God, it found me. The recording ended there. I stared at the phone while snow collected on my shoulders. My radio buzzed again. Walker, come back now. This time dispatch sounded scared. Actually scared. And before I could answer, I heard something move in the trees behind me. Not loud, just a soft crunch, like somebody taking one careful step in deep snow. I turned fast, flashlight beam jumping wildly through the woods. Nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been standing there a second earlier, watching me. I got back into my cruiser and drove toward town, but the entire way there, I kept checking my rearview mirror, because headlights kept appearing behind me. Far back at first, then closer, but every time I slowed down to let the vehicle pass, the lights disappeared, like they had never been there. By the time I reached the sheriff's office, my nerves were shot. Sheriff Grady was waiting outside, smoking a cigarette in the snow. He looked exhausted, older than usual. You found one? He asked. One what? He ignored the question. Did you see anybody? No. He nodded slowly like he expected that answer. Then he asked something even stranger. Did you hear knocking? The cigarette nearly slipped from his fingers when I didn't answer right away. That was enough for him. His face changed instantly. He grabbed my arm and pulled me closer. If you hear it again, he said quietly, don't follow it. I stared at him. What the hell is going on? For a second, I thought he might finally explain everything. Instead, he just looked past me toward Black Pine Road, disappearing into the snowy darkness. I hoped it was over, he whispered. That night I couldn't sleep. Every sound outside my apartment made me sit upright. Wind against the windows. Branches scraping the roof. Passing cars. Around 3 in the morning, I finally drifted off on the couch. Then came the knocking. 3 slow taps. My eyes opened instantly. The room was dark except for the TV glow. Knock, knock, knock. Not from the front door. From the window beside me. I froze. Every hair on my arm stood up. The curtains were closed, but I could see a shadow behind them. Tall, still. My heart started hammering so hard it hurt. Part of me wanted to run. Another part wanted to yank the curtain open, immediately, just to end the suspense. The knocking came again. Slower this time. Patient, like whoever stood outside knew I was already awake. I grabbed my pistol from the coffee table. My hands were shaking badly now. I stepped closer to the window. The shadow didn't move. I could hear breathing. Not mine. Outside. Right behind the glass. I swallowed hard and pulled the curtain open. Nothing. Just snow blowing across the parking lot. No footprints. No person. Nothing at all. But there was something on the glass. Words. written from the outside. 3 simple words traced into the frost. Stay off Black Pine. I stumbled backwards so fast I hit the couch. My pulse wouldn't slow down. And deep down, something awful clicked into place. The man in the recording. The abandoned cars. Sheriff Grady acting terrified. Whatever was happening on that road, people already knew about it. The next morning, I went straight back to the sheriff's office. Grady wasn't there. His desk was empty. Coffee still warm. Jacket hanging over his chair. Like he'd stepped away for a minute. I checked with dispatch. Nobody had seen him since dawn. That's when panic finally started spreading through the station. We searched town first, then the woods, then Black Pine Road, and near mile marker 12, we found Sheriff Grady's cruiser. Engine still running, driver's door open, no footprints, no blood, no sign of a struggle, just another empty vehicle sitting silently beside the road. Exactly like the others, but this time there was something new. 3 wet handprints pressed against the inside of the windshield, like somebody trapped inside had tried desperately to get out. I stared at them while snow slowly buried the tires, and then I noticed something else. Words scratched into the fogged glass beneath the handprints. A message from Grady. It only said 1 sentence. It knocks before it takes you. That was the moment I realized nobody in Black Pine had ever truly disappeared. Something had been taking them. And whatever it was, it had finally noticed me too. I first saw the house where there should have been nothing. Just empty road, trees, fog thick enough to swallow my headlights. Then suddenly, a structure. Like it had always been there. But I knew it hadn't. My radio crackled before I even slowed down. Walker, you near mile 17. Dispatch sounded tense again. Same tone as last night. Same fear they were trying to hide. Yeah, I said slowly. I'm at 17, why? A long pause. That location is clear. I looked out my windshield again. The house sat right beside Black Pine Road, half hidden in fog. Wooden cabin, old style, porch light glowing weak and yellow. Clear. It was right in front of me. I'm looking at it, I said. Silence. Then her voice dropped lower. Walker, there is no structure at mile 17. My foot came off the gas without me realizing it. The cruiser rolled forward a few more feet before I stopped completely. I stared at the house again. It looked real. Too real. Smoke coming from a chimney. Light in the window. A porch swing moving slightly in the wind. And footprints in fresh snow leading up to the door. I swallowed hard. Maybe your map is outdated, I said, trying to sound normal. But even I didn't believe that. Because I had driven this road for years. And I had never seen anything here. Not even a foundation. The radio crackled again, but this time it wasn't dispatch. It was Sheriff Grady's channel. Static first, then his voice. Weak tight. Walker, don't stop. My chest tightened instantly. Sheriff, where are you? More static. Then something that didn't sound like him. Breathing. Close to the microphone. Then the channel cut out completely. I sat there in silence, engine idling, headlights fixed on the cabin that shouldn't exist. My mind tried to explain it. Fog distortion. Old abandoned property I somehow missed. Hallucination from exhaustion. But none of those explanations explained the footprints, or the warm light inside, or the fact that my radio had just picked up a man who wasn't supposed to be on the line. I stepped out of the cruiser. Cold hit me instantly, sharp enough to burn my lungs. Snow crunched under my boots as I approached the house. Every step felt wrong, like the ground was slightly uneven, like I wasn't walking on normal soil anymore. The porch creaked when I stepped onto it. That sound made my skin tighten. Real wood, real structure, but something about it still felt borrowed, like it had been placed here temporarily. The porch light flickered once, then steadied. I raised my hand and knocked. 3 soft taps. I don't know why I did that. Training maybe, or habit. But the moment my knuckles hit the wood, the wind stopped. Not slowed. Stopped completely. The forest behind me went dead silent. Even the snow seemed to fall differently, slower, heavier. I waited. Nothing. Then from inside the house, I heard movement. Slow footsteps. Crossing a wooden floor. Coming closer. I stepped back without thinking. My hand moved to my holster. The footsteps stopped right on the other side of the door. A long pause. Then a voice. Soft. Almost gentle. Deputy Walker. My blood turned cold. How do you know my name? I asked. Silence. Then the voice again. We've been waiting for you. Something about the way it said, we made my stomach twist. Not one person. More than one. I took another step back. The porch light flickered again, brighter this time. For half a second, I saw the window clearly. And I saw movement inside. Shape standing just beyond the glass. Too still. Too tall. Not facing the window properly. Just present. Watching without moving. I should have run. I know that now. But I didn't. Because something inside me wanted answers more than safety. Who's inside? I called out. A soft sound came from the other side of the door. Like a smile. Then the voice answered. You already know. The door creaked slightly. Not opening fully. Just shifting. Like something behind it leaned against it. And that's when I noticed something carved into the wood beside the frame. Not fresh. Old. Repeated over and over in scratched letters. Don't enter if it knows your name. My breathing changed instantly. Slow. Controlled. Forced. Because now I was thinking about the radio. About Grady's warning. About how easily the voice inside had said my name. I stepped off the porch quickly. Too quickly. My boot slipped slightly on the last step, and for a second I almost fell. When I looked back up, the house was different. The porch light was off. The windows were dark. No smoke from the chimney. No footprints in the snow. Just a black shape where a cabin had been moments ago. I blinked. Once. Twice. My flashlight swept across the field. Nothing. No structure. No path. No door. Just trees and fog. I stepped forward again, heart pounding hard now. The ground where the house had been was flat. Undisturbed snow. Like nothing had ever stood there. I whispered without meaning to. Where did it go? My radio crackled again immediately. This time no static. Just a whisper. Right in my ear. Behind you. I spun so fast my flashlight beam cut through the fog wildly. Nothing. But I felt it. That feeling again. Not sound. Not sight. Presence. Like someone standing just out of view, matching my breathing exactly. My radio clicked once more. Then Sheriff Grady's voice returned. But it sounded wrong. Slower. Heavier. Walker, don't trust structures that appear after fog. I tightened my grip on the radio. Grady, where are you? A long pause. Then, I'm inside one. My breath stopped. What do you mean inside? The transmission cut. Just like that. Dead silence. I stood alone in the middle of Black Pine Road, headlights still on, illuminating nothing but empty fog. But now I couldn't shake the thought. If the house wasn't real, then what did I knock on? And what did answer me? The wind picked up again suddenly, like nothing had happened. Snow started falling normally. The world felt restored. But something had changed in me. Because I wasn't alone anymore. I felt it in my shoulders, in the back of my neck, in the silence between radio static bursts. Something had heard me knock, and now it knew exactly where I stood. I slowly got back into my cruiser, hands trembling slightly now. I didn't turn around to look behind me. I didn't want to, but as I shifted the gear into drive, my rearview mirror caught something that made my stomach drop completely. A porch light. Behind me. Far down the road. Yellow. Flickering. And slowly turning on. It started with my own voice coming through the radio. Except I wasn't talking. At least I didn't think I was. 2:17 a.m. That's the exact time it happened. I remember because I was awake, sitting in my cruiser parked just off Black Pine Road, engine off, headlights cutting into the fog like weak knives. I wasn't supposed to be out there. I told myself I was just thinking, just resting, just trying to make sense of what I saw earlier. The house that vanished, the porch light that came back behind me, Sheriff Grady's broken transmission. But then the radio crackled. And I heard myself. Yeah, I'm still here. My blood went cold instantly. I grabbed the radio. Dispatch, repeat that. Silence. Then static. Then my voice again. But weaker this time. Like it was coming from farther away. I said I'm still here. I looked around the empty road. Fog pressed against the windshield, like something breathing on glass. My hand tightened around the mic. That's not me, I said. No response. Then a third transmission came in. Not dispatch. Not me. Sheriff Grady. But his voice sounded strained, like he was whispering through pain. Walker, don't answer it. My chest tightened hard. Grady, where are you? A pause. Then something I didn't expect. My voice again. But wrong this time. Too calm. Too close. I'm inside the cabin. I froze. Because I hadn't said that. I hadn't even been near any cabin. The radio went silent for a few seconds. Then dispatch came in shaky. Walker, we're receiving multiple signals from your unit. One is live, but not yours. I swallowed hard. What do you mean, not mine? No answer. Just static building like pressure. Then suddenly, recording playback started. Like someone had accessed a log. And I heard myself again. Clear. Close. Standing. I think it's inside the house. My breathing stopped. Because I remembered saying something like that. But not tonight. Not here. The recording continued. My voice again. Sheriff, I hear knocking. My stomach twisted. Because I did hear knocking. But that was days ago. At my apartment. Not here. Not on duty. The radio crackled violently. Then Grady's voice broke in again. Stronger this time. More urgent. Walker, listen to me. Stop following your transmissions. I gripped the steering wheel hard. What the hell does that mean? But even as I said it, I saw something outside my cruiser window. A flicker. like a porch light turning on in the fog. Far down Black Pine Road, exactly where there shouldn't be anything. My pulse spiked. The radio continued anyway. My voice again, but now it sounded aware, like it knew I was listening. I'm almost at the door. I whispered without thinking. No, I'm not. But the radio didn't care. Another transmission layered over mine. This one wasn't audio. It was location data. My cruiser, stationary, but showing movement on the map. Slow movement, as if I was walking somewhere. Grady came back again, almost shouting now. Walker, whatever is calling you, it's using your signal. Don't respond. Don't acknowledge it. I stared at the radio like it might bite me. It's using me how? Then everything changed. A new transmission opened. Live audio. Wind. Footsteps. Snow crunching. Not from the cruiser. From outside the radio feed. And then I heard a door. Creaking open. Slow. Deliberate. And my voice again. But this time closer. I'm inside now. I jerked the radio away from my mouth like it burned me. No, I said out loud. No, I'm not. But the transmission didn't stop. Grady's voice returned, but it was fading, like he was being pulled away from the signal. Walker, if it gets your voice completely, it will. Static swallowed him. Gone. Just like that. I sat in silence for a moment, staring into fog that felt thicker now. He didn't finish the sentence. That was the worst part, because unfinished warnings always mean the worst possible ending. I checked the rearview mirror. Empty road. No lights. No movement. But the radio wasn't done. Now it switched to something new. A playback of dispatch logs. Time-stamped entries. My name. Repeated over and over. Unit 12 responding. Deputy Walker en route. Deputy Walker found nothing. Deputy Walker is still on scene. But I wasn't on scene. I hadn't moved. So why did it say I was? My hands started to shake slightly. I forced myself to step out of the cruiser. Cold air hit me instantly. Too sharp. Too real. I swept my flashlight across the road. Fog twisted in slow layers. Everything felt normal. Too normal. Like the world was pretending nothing was wrong. Then I heard it. A radio transmission, but not from my unit. From somewhere ahead. On the road. I walked slowly toward it. Each step heavier than the last. The sound grew clearer. My own voice. Speaking calmly. Almost conversational. I can see the cabin now. My flashlight beam caught something in the fog. A shape. A structure. Wooden. Old. A porch light flickering weakly. My throat went dry instantly, because it looked exactly like the house I saw before. The one that disappeared. The one that wasn't there. But now it was back. And the radio confirmed it. My voice again. I'm going inside. I whispered to myself. No, you're not. But the transmission didn't care. Then something changed. The audio stopped being a recording. It became real time. I could hear my own breathing through the radio. Close. Inside the cabin. And then, knocking. 3 slow taps. I stopped walking completely. The forest behind me felt like it leaned in. Listening. The radio whispered again. My voice. Soft. Confident. I answered the door. I stepped backward instinctively. No, I said again, louder this time. I didn't, but the radio disagreed, because now there was another sound, a second voice, not mine, inside the transmission, something answering me, low, wet, patient, and then it spoke my name, Deputy Walker. I froze. The same voice from before, from the first house, the one that knew my name without asking. The radio hissed softly, like a smile forming in static. And then it said something that made my entire body go cold. You're already inside. The cruiser behind me flickered, just for a second, like it wasn't fully real, like it was buffering. And suddenly, I understood something I didn't want to understand. I wasn't listening to transmissions from the radio. The radio was listening to me. And somewhere in Black Pine Road, something had already learned how to speak with my voice. It started with a thread that shouldn't have been there. No title, no author, just pages of messages appearing on a forum I'd never heard of before tonight. I don't even remember how I got there. One click turns into another, and suddenly I'm staring at something called Black Pine Road. At first, it looked like one of those fake internet stories people post for attention. But then I saw the dates. 2003, 2007, 2012, all the way up to last month. Different username, different voices, same place. Black Pine Road. I told myself to close it. I didn't, because the first post had a map image attached, and even though it was blurry, something about it felt too real, like a road I had seen before but couldn't remember where. The post said, "People don't go missing on Black Pine Road. They get taken back." I laughed at that. I actually did. A short, nervous laugh in my empty room. It sounded stupid, like horror movie dialogue trying too hard. But my cursor stayed still, and I kept reading. The next message was from a user named Hollow Ranger 88. He wrote about a deputy who found abandoned cars parked in the same stretch of road, engines still warm, doors open, phones still ringing inside. But no people. He said the deputy stopped reporting it after his third patrol. No explanation. No record of resignation. Just gone. That's when I felt the first real shift in my chest. Not fear yet. Just that uncomfortable feeling when something stops being entertainment and starts feeling like it might be connected to real life. I should have closed it then. But there was a third post. And this one had something different. Audio. A small file embedded in the thread. No description, just a play button. I hovered over it for a full minute. Then I clicked. At first there was only static. Long, dry noise like an old radio searching for a station. I almost closed it right there. Then a voice came through. Male calm tired. Dispatch, this is Deputy Walker. I'm at the Black Pine stretch again. I've got another vehicle here. My stomach tightened, because I hadn't read that name yet. Walker. The voice continued, shaky now. No driver, same pattern, key still in it, door open. But listen, I hear something inside the trees tonight. A pause. Then something worse. Breathing. Not his. Slow, close to the microphone, like someone standing right behind him trying not to be heard. The recording cut off mid-sentence, and the thread immediately loaded another post beneath it, like it was waiting for me. That was the first time I noticed something strange. The thread wasn't static. It was responding. I scrolled faster now, my eyes moving too quickly, trying to catch up with my own curiosity. The next few posts were worse. A woman claiming her brother vanished while camping near Black Pine Road. A truck driver who said his rig stopped working at 2:17 a.m. every time he passed the mile marker. A Forest Service report mentioning unmapped structures appearing temporarily in fog conditions. That last one made me stop. Unmapped structures. That shouldn't be possible. Roads don't grow buildings. Maps don't miss entire cabins. But then I saw it. A photo, posted by an anonymous account. It showed a cabin deep in fog, barely visible, wooden, old, almost leaning into itself like it was tired of existing. The caption said, "It wasn't there yesterday." I felt my throat tighten, because something about that image felt familiar in a way I couldn't explain. Not memory familiar, deeper, like instinct. Like my brain was recognizing danger before I could name it. I leaned back from my desk. The room suddenly felt quieter than before. That's when I noticed the first strange thing outside my apartment window. A reflection in the black glass. Not mine. Just for a second. A shape standing behind me. I turned fast. Nothing there. Of course, nothing was there. But my hands were already cold. I told myself it was sleep deprivation, that I'd been staring at a screen too long. That internet horror does this sometimes. It bleeds into perception if you let it. Still, I closed every tab except the thread. I shouldn't have done that, because now I could see everything in order. And the next post was time-stamped, just now. No username. No text body. Only one line. Why are you still reading this? My pulse jumped hard. I stared at it. Then I scrolled up and refreshed the page. The message stayed. I checked my internet connection. Fine, I checked other sites. Normal. But this thread, it was updating in real time. As if someone was watching me read it. I should have shut the laptop. Instead, I typed. Just one sentence. Who is this? I hit enter. Nothing happened for 5 seconds. Then the page shifted. A new reply appeared under my comment. This is Black Pine Road. That was it. No punctuation, no explanation. Just that. And suddenly, the thread wasn't about other people anymore. It was about me. My chair creaked as I leaned closer, eyes locked on the screen. I tried to trace where this was hosted, opening developer tools, checking the URL structure. It didn't make sense. The domain kept changing slightly every time I refreshed, like it was rewriting itself. And then I saw something that made my skin go cold. A list. A long list of usernames. Hundreds of them. Each one crossed out. Except one. Mine. Not my real name. My username. The one I use everywhere online without thinking. The one I never told anyone. My mouth went dry. I clicked it, and the screen glitched. Just a flicker. But in that flicker, I saw something I shouldn't have. A road. Dark, empty, fog crawling over asphalt. And in the center of it, headlights. Idling. Waiting. Then the image snapped back to the thread like nothing happened. My heart was pounding now, hard enough that I could hear it in my ears. I stood up, walked to the window again, just to prove to myself I was still in my room, still safe, still here. Outside, the street looked normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had already started. Behind me, the laptop made a soft notification sound. A new post, posted at 2:17 a.m. Exactly the same time mentioned earlier in the truck driver story. My hand shook as I turned back. One line again. You opened it. And underneath it, something else appeared slowly. A map link. Not clickable. Just visible. Coordinates. I didn't recognize them. But my body did something my mind didn't agree with yet. It leaned forward. like it already knew where that road led. And for the first time tonight, I understood the real question hiding inside all those stories. It wasn't about disappearances. It was about why every story led back to the same place, and why that place felt like it had been waiting for me longer than I'd been looking for. My cursor moved without me meaning it to, hovering over the coordinates, and the thread updated one last time. Before I could stop myself, before I could close anything, a new message appeared. Short, final. No one finds Black Pine Road. Black Pine Road finds you. And right then, somewhere far outside my apartment, I heard something impossible through the silence of the night. A distant engine, idling, waiting, like it had just arrived outside my life, and it wasn't planning to leave. I left before sunrise, not because I was ready, because I couldn't stay in that room another minute listening to silence that felt like it had started listening back. The engine outside my apartment was gone when I finally worked up the courage to look. No headlights, no car, nothing on the street. But the thread was still open on my laptop, still waiting, still showing my name like it belonged there. I closed the lid hard, too hard, like I could shut it out by force. But even after the screen went dark, I kept seeing that last message in my head. No one finds Black Pine Road. Black Pine Road finds you. That line followed me all the way to my car. And it didn't leave when I started driving. The city felt normal at first. Morning traffic, people half asleep at stoplights, coffee shops opening one by one like nothing strange had ever existed anywhere. That was the worst part. How normal everything looked when something inside you was. Black Pine Road wasn't supposed to be real. That's what I kept telling myself. Online stories, forum fiction, someone messing with people who get too curious at night. But the coordinates were burned into my mind now, like my brain had accepted them without permission. The GPS didn't recognize them. That should have been my first warning. Instead, I typed them in manually. And the moment I hit search, the system paused. Just for a second too long. Then it rerouted. Not toward a highway. Not toward anything official. Just a thin gray line, stretching out of the city like a vein leaving a body. I didn't remember deciding to follow it. I just did. The road got quieter the further I went. Gas stations started spacing out, buildings thinned, then disappeared entirely. By the time I reached the outskirts, the radio had already stopped working. Not static, just silence, like the station itself didn't exist out here. That's when I saw the first sign. A wooden board on the side of the road. Faded white paint. Black Pine Road next turn. Someone had scratched through the letters. Violently, like they didn't want the words to be read again. I slowed down without thinking. My hands tightened on the wheel. And for the first time, I realized something strange. There were no more road markers. No mile numbers. No official signs. Just empty trees, lining both sides like they were waiting for something to pass through. I turned off the main road. The moment I did, everything changed. The asphalt got older. Not cracked. Wrong. Like it had been laid down a long time ago and forgotten by whoever built it. The trees leaned closer. Not physically at first. Just visually, like the space between them and the road was shrinking. My phone lost signal. One bar, then none. I should have turned around. That thought came late. Too late to feel useful. Because up ahead, something forced my foot off the accelerator. A small settlement. Or what looked like one. 3 buildings. Old wood, no lights, no movement. and a single gas station sign hanging crooked over nothing. The sign flickered once, then stayed still. I parked without thinking, just stopped the car on the side of the road like my body had already accepted I was here. The air outside felt different the moment I opened the door. Not colder, heavier, like it had depth, like I was stepping into something that wasn't supposed to be breathable. The first person I saw was inside the gas station, or what used to be one. A man behind the counter. He didn't look up when I walked in, just kept cleaning the same glass with slow, repetitive movements, like he was pretending there was something there to clean. "Excuse me," I said. My voice sounded too loud in that space. He stopped, didn't turn, just froze. For a second, I thought he wasn't going to answer at all. Then he spoke. Not to me, to the air in front of him. "You're too far in." That was it. No greeting, no question. Just that. I stepped closer. I'm looking for Black Pine Road. The glass stopped moving. Completely. He finally looked at me. And I wish he hadn't. His eyes weren't angry. They were tired. Like I was the 100th person asking something he couldn't explain anymore. "You didn't hear that name here," he said quietly. "I just drove in from." "You didn't hear it," he repeated. Faster this time. Sharper, like the words themselves were dangerous. Something about the way he said it made my stomach tight. Behind him, the lights flickered once, and for a split second, I noticed something behind the glass wall. Outside, between the trees, a shape, standing still, watching. When I blinked, it was gone. The man saw my reaction. That made him worse. Not calmer. Worse, like he regretted looking at me at all. "You need to leave," he said. "I just got here. That's the problem." He stepped back from the counter for the first time. Like distance could protect him. But his voice dropped lower now. Almost a whisper. "No one just gets here." That sentence didn't make sense. Not logically, but it landed somewhere deeper than logic. I felt it settle in my chest. I looked toward the door. The road outside looked the same, but it didn't feel the same anymore. Like it had shifted slightly while I wasn't paying attention. Like it was waiting for me to notice. I turned back. People online said. He cut me off instantly. No names. That wasn't a suggestion. It was panic. Real panic. His hands started shaking slightly now, like something inside him was breaking through discipline. "Don't say anything you read. Don't repeat anything you saw. Don't." A loud crack came from the back room. Both of us froze. The sound wasn't wood settling. It was deliberate, like something had tapped the wall. Once, and waited. The man's face went pale instantly. He didn't move, didn't breathe, just stared at the door behind him like it had just become a mouth. Then very quietly he said, "You should go before it knows you stopped here." My throat went dry. Before what knows? He didn't answer, because the lights went out. Not a flicker, a complete shut off. The station dropped into darkness, so fast it felt like someone had pulled the world away. Outside, the forest suddenly felt closer. Too close. And in that silence I heard it. Something moving behind the wall. Slow. Dragging. Not like footsteps. Like something learning how to exist in space it wasn't used to. The man whispered again, barely audible now. "It listens when you ask." That's when I backed out. Fast. Not running. Not yet. just moving without turning my back fully. Because something in me understood that if I turned too fast, I might confirm something I didn't want confirmed. The second I stepped outside, the air changed again. The road wasn't empty anymore. Not fully. There were shapes between the trees now. Still, not moving, just present, like the forest had started remembering I was there. My car felt farther away than it should have been. And for a moment, I forgot if I had parked it facing forward or backward. That shouldn't matter. But it did, because I couldn't remember which direction meant leaving. Behind me, the gas station door creaked open. Just slightly. Not enough to see inside, but enough to hear something inside it breathe. Slow, patient, like it had finally noticed I was standing outside. And then, my phone buzzed in my pocket. One notification. No signal, but still a message. From an unknown number. Just one line. You found the edge of town. I didn't look back, but I swear, as I walked toward my car, the road behind me felt like it had already started forgetting I belonged on it. And somewhere deep in the trees, something shifted. Not toward me, not away, just deciding. I found the cabin at the exact moment I stopped trusting distance. Not because it was far, but because it looked closer every time I blinked. 1 second it was deep in the fog, half hidden behind trees. The next, it felt like it had moved nearer to the road. Like it was walking toward me when I wasn't looking. My engine was still running, but I wasn't pressing the gas anymore. My foot just stopped listening. That's when I understood something I didn't want to understand. Black Pine Road doesn't end like normal roads do. It narrows. It focuses. Like everything in the world is being pulled toward one single point. The cabin. It was exactly like the photo from the thread. Same crooked roof. Same dark wood. Same empty windows that looked less like glass and more like something holding its breath. But photos don't carry weight. This did. The air around it felt heavier than the road behind me. Like stepping closer would mean stepping into something that had already decided what I was. I killed the engine. The silence that followed was wrong. Too complete. No birds, no wind, no distant road noise. Just me and the cabin. I should have turned around. That thought came late again. Like everything important inside me was always a few seconds behind reality. I stepped out of the car. The ground under my boots felt softer than it should have been. Not mud, not dirt. Something in between. Like the earth had forgotten how to stay firm here. Every step toward the cabin felt louder than it should have been. But when I stopped, I realized something worse. My footsteps weren't echoing. Like the sound wasn't allowed to leave me. The cabin door was already open. Not wide, just enough. Like someone had been waiting for me to arrive before finishing the invitation. The porch creaked when I stepped on it. Once, then it didn't move again. As if it had tested me and decided I was light enough to continue. Inside smelled like old wood and damp air. But underneath that, something else. Something faint. Like burned paper. Or memory. The first thing I noticed was how clean it was. Too clean. Cabins like this should be abandoned. Dusty, broken, forgotten. But this place looked like someone still maintained it, without ever being seen maintaining it. The furniture was arranged like a normal home. Table, chairs, lamp. But nothing felt lived in. It felt staged. Like a version of a home, built for someone who never arrived. And that's when I saw it. The wall. covered in names, dozens of them, scratched into the wood like someone had been trying to write them down before forgetting them. Some names repeated, some were crossed out, some looked halfway erased, like they had tried to disappear but failed. My eyes locked onto one section, a cluster of dates, all different years, all ending in the same pattern. Disappearances, not random, organized, like a schedule. My throat tightened because I recognized something. One of the names wasn't scratched like the others. It was carved deeper, fresh, still raw. My name, not fully, but close enough that my brain refused to finish reading it. Like the cabin itself was trying to correct the spelling. Behind me, the door shut. Slow, no slam, no force, just a quiet click, like a lock finishing a thought. I didn't turn around, because I heard something else now. Breathing, not outside, inside. The air in the cabin had changed. It wasn't empty anymore. It was occupied. Somewhere behind the walls, something moved. Slow, careful, like it was learning how to exist around me without making mistakes. I whispered without meaning to. Hello. My voice didn't sound right in here. It sounded smaller than it should have been, like the room was swallowing volume. A long silence followed. Then, a sound came from the hallway. Footsteps, but not walking. Dragging, like something was remembering how legs worked, but wasn't confident in the memory. I backed up slowly toward the table. My hand brushed the wood, and I felt it. Warm. The table was warm, like someone had just been sitting there. Just seconds ago. I didn't see anyone, but I knew I wasn't alone. Then the lamp flickered. Once, twice, and in that flicker, I saw something standing at the far end of the room. Not fully formed, not fully visible, just a shape, too tall to be human, too still to be alive. But the worst part wasn't its shape. It was the fact that it was facing me like it had been watching me the entire time I walked in. My breath stopped, not because I told it to, because something in the room decided I didn't need it anymore. The shape tilted slightly, like it was curious. Then a voice came. Not loud, not deep, just familiar in a way that made my stomach drop. You read everything. I froze, because that wasn't a question. It was confirmation. The voice wasn't coming from the shape. It was coming from everywhere at once. Walls, floor, air. Like the cabin itself was speaking through multiple mouths it didn't fully control. I didn't mean to, I said. That was a lie. We both knew it. A soft sound came then, almost like laughter. But wrong. Too slow. Too aware. You always mean to, the voice said. My hands started shaking. I stepped back again. But the moment my heel touched the floor behind me, I felt something different. Cold. Wet. Like standing in water that shouldn't be there. I looked down. There was nothing. But I could feel it. Something pressing upward. Not breaking through yet. Just waiting. The shape in the room took one step forward. And the lamp died completely. Darkness didn't fall. It expanded. Like the room got bigger without changing size. And in that dark, I finally understood what the thread was trying to warn me about. Black Pine Road doesn't just take people. It keeps versions of them. Copies, impressions, echoes of everyone who ever got too close. and it learns from every one of them. My phone buzzed in my pocket, still alive somehow. One notification, no signal, but a message anyway. From the thread, the last post, "You're inside now." The cabin creaked, not from wind, from movement. Close, behind me. And for the first time since I arrived, I realized something worse than being lost. I realized the road outside wasn't waiting for me anymore. It had already closed.